What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Boss Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious one, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than Hollywood CGA. That is C God Allah, and I'll be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you lined up today. Today we got a great show for you. I got my Halloween colors on, even the watch to match. We got the orange crush going on here. We got a great show for you today. We got a Vogue feminist magazine putting out an article about pretty much misandry, talking about is having a boyfriend embarrassing now? Is having a boyfriend embarrassing now is the name of the article. Sent to me over on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You see, it's an opinion piece by Shantae Joseph. All right, an opinion piece in which Vogue magazine decided to print out. And we're going to go through this one line by line, word by word, to pretty much figure out here why you have a group of women talking about having a boyfriend and presenting your boyfriend to the public, or having a boyfriend at all. Is that embarrassing to women in the modern dating relationship dynamic? Oh my goodness. Oh man. All right. It keeps getting a little bit more hectic in the New World Order print media and so forth and so on. All right. Pure misandry you're going to hear coming across. And she's also going to blame some women in here talking about how posting your boyfriend on social media can actually cause you to lose your audience. And actually, for me, I actually know what they're talking about, because, you know, when I posted women on my Coach Greg Adams, actually the Notorious CGA channel, dudes were going crazy. All right. The incels were going crazy. The wannabe fake pimps were going crazy. The holy Macs were going crazy, because now, you know, I've posted women that I've dated or that I've been in, and they completely try to rip me and or the women apart. And I've seen people do this to individuals like Andrew Tate as well, call his girls manly looking mid women. All right. So it is somewhat true what they're going to talk about in this article. So we're going to break this down for social media and content creators, and why possibly it might not even be good to post your girlfriend, boyfriend, spouse, or wife, all right, for that matter, on social media. Might not be a bad idea what this article is insinuating. Also coming up in today's show, a man deletes his girlfriend and her boyfriend, all right, as he hides in the closet. All right, he's deaf by simp coming up here. We also have a woman who basically says she would not accept the 50-50 relationships, but only under one circumstance. You guys already know what's coming on here. All right. And we have a guy who is one of the top football players, all right, in the world. And a woman, his girlfriend, sits next to him and says, well, I was actually in love with your best friend before I knew who you were. All right.
Do you have the stomach?
All right. A lot of do you have the stomach coming up in today's show. Also, a man jailed after catching his girlfriend and his sister playing the body count game. Of course, he didn't have the stomach.
Do you have the stomach?
All right. He lost his shit after he found out his girlfriend's true body count. Oh my goodness.
Do you have the stomach?
All right. What body count do you think? You know, we talk about this a lot. This is a very big touchy subject in the manosphere, because dudes really fantasize like they're all believing they're going to meet a feminine, low body count woman past the age of 26. All right. People have this fantasy, which is absolutely comical to me. The likelihood of you meeting this woman is like the likelihood of you meeting Sasquatch. Slim the Nun and Slim just died. All right. At this particular point, leftover women at this particular point. Shout out to the leftover women. Ain't nothing wrong. All right. But what body count do you think would be trending toward the despicable if you heard your girlfriend and friend talking about talking about the body count game. What number would send you through the roof? All right. What number would send you through the roof? Yeesh. All right. Anyway, get into today's show, the contributions to today's show. Let's get into it. What are we doing here? All right. What do we got going on? Did we have some people contributing to the earlier part of today's show? Or normally people contribute to yesterday's show, all right, at the end of the show. So shout out to our brothers. It is Wayne Wonders. Peters is in the building, says, thanks, coach. Shout out to you. And happy Halloween to all of the people who celebrate the pagan holidays, the holidays of the devil. All right, Dia de los Muertos. All right, I believe they pronounce it. Muertos. Mortis. All right. Mortgage. Dia de los Mortgage. All right. Shout out to everybody over in Cabo San Lucas celebrating Dia de los Mortgage in the building. Hustle every day. Ammo, fuel, food, metals, first aid, walkie-talkies, and firewood. Just the basics. All right, just the basics. Muertos. Muertos. Dios de los Muertos. All right. Shout out to the Dio de los Muertos is in the building. Shout out to you, man. And just the basics. Just a little bit of ammo. Just a little bit of fuel. Just a little bit of firewood. Get some metals, some ammunition, some heavy metals, first aid kit, walkie-talkies, and all of that. All right, shout out to you right there. And we also have, let's see who's over here. All right, I didn't refresh the stream, so apologies for that. So I'm a little bit behind clicking on buttons. All right, and the girls are texting me to fix her mind right now. All right, here we go right here. Okay. All right. Oh, man. Okay. Yo. All right. So what do we got here? We got Jay Cool is in the building. Too Cool Jay Cool is in the building early this morning on Halloween. I am going to go to the cigar lounge after the gym and getting my tires, new tires for the car, no car payment, and money to do what I need. It's Boss Up 2025 now in 2026 incoming cigar lounge because it's cold and rainy today. Shout out to you, man. And enjoy the cigar lounge. It's Boss Up 2026. We're now going to be November.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
November tomorrow, guys. I mean, we have shot through this year like crazy. If you thought, well, maybe next year. All right, next year is already here.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
Oh, my goodness, man. Life just keeps slipping on by. All right, slipping on by. What do we got here? We also have, all right, that was from yesterday. Let me see here. Okay, got that one. MC Hamster says something on Halloween after listening to your 15-minute biography. All right, here, Patty Duke definitely deserves the Oscar, coach. Woof. Patty Duke, I need to split that up into a video of its own for all of these fetishizing traditional women. Traditional women used to be faithful and honorable. They used to fold clothes and laundry and have sex with their husbands at will. All right. They used to be loyal. Women used to be faithful. All right. And then I present to you Patty Duke. MC Hamster says having a boyfriend is embarrassing now. Maybe marriage is the solution. Feminists will come full circles and claim it's their idea. All right. Females going their own way now on MC Hamster. Females going their own way. It's their idea not to get married. You know, here's the thing. We talked about this. It's pretty much when you're dealing with women.
You can't win.
All right, because what they do, and we talked about this maybe 2 weeks ago, what they do, and somebody super chatted this. All right, so we brought up the conversation. What women do, and they've been doing this very well, is they basically see what men do. All right, they adapt. And then they basically turn a loss into a win. All right. So you can't beat them. You never can beat them. All right. So whatever it is, this is how pity works. This is how their egos work. They basically change the rules. They make it so you can't win and then they never lose. That's how they do it. All right. That's how they do it. They just move the goalposts over here and then say, oh, you don't fit into this. We win. Now, what men do is they're constantly trying to get over on women, right? That's what I don't understand. Eventually you'll grow up, all right, and you'll mature. But trying to get one over on women, like this is when I went into this diatribe of life is you basically won being a male, all right? So you already won, but men are trying to win little battles and skirmishes. You already won. You're a man. All right. So anybody remember when I went into that where I was like, dude, you can't win with women. All right, you try to win these little battles, and she keeps putting a fire over here or fire over there. Now you got to run over there and put that fire out and put that fire out. They're always going to set little fires. All right, so you can put it out. But basically, the fact that you're a man, you won. I mean, and then we went into what women have to deal with on a daily basis, even within their own head, right? Even biologically and chemically, even anatomically and physically. All right, it's a lot. So stop trying to, men are always trying to one up women. You literally got the ding-a-ling. You won. All right. You won. You're going to win every time.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey,
You're going to win every time. But if you keep trying to beat them at their little battles, you lose every single time. So I hope young men hear this. They don't hear it. All right. They don't hear it. They're always trying to beat them. Shout out to Andre the Giant Davis says, CGA saved my life. I'm debt free. 80K in cash money, liquid, 40 years old. And
I got money.
you got money to burn on a little bit of pootie tang. All right. There you go right there. And you bossing up from here on out. All right. That's leverage and options. Leverage and options. All right. Let me refresh the screen over there on Ko-Fi. And then we have our brother Dinero Tranquillo says, spending the day vacuum sealing my meat. Pause. He says bison, elk, venison, rabbit, lamb, and turkey. All right, the whole damn zoo. He says, thanks, coach, for the daily lessons. Gentlemen, enjoy your weekend. It's a beautiful weekend coming up. It's Halloween weekend, a.k.a. National Slut Day.
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend, nigga?
It is National Slut Day today. All right, Dinero Tranquillo. Shout out to you, man. That sounds fantastic. All right, and you'll enjoy your weekend. It's National Slut Day, in which women, and the movie, by the way, this is a female movie that basically talked about this. I believe it was Mean Girls, in which women are able to dress up as the alter ego they wish to be with no penalty, right? If they dress like this on a daily basis, their alter ego, people will be like, why are you wearing that? What are you, a slut? What is this, sexy goblin? All right. But, today they get a free pass to dress like the slut they wish they are. Their alter ego. This is their Beyonce turned Sasha Fierce day. And some dudes don't like it. They're like, look at these whores dressing like sexy devils. All right, this is National Slut Day. Let them do it. Let them have fun. Even your teenage daughter is going to want to, get her biddies out. All right, there's a video that I was going to play, but of course, I think the daughter was a teenager. And it was the mom dressed up the girl like a sexy, slutty angel. And then the dad saw the outfit and he was like, nope. And it was a white dad, and the girl looked like she was either a Filipina sea Mexican or she was a real Mexican. So she was very overdeveloped. All right. Big old titties, big fat booty, big fat titties. All right. Big, thick lips, hips, ass like a motherfucker. But of course, I'm assuming she's a teenager. So I didn't want to put it out there. All right. But the dad saw that he saw that outfit and was like, nope. But the mom was undermining the dad, all giggling. All right. The mom knew what was up. She was going to have the daughter's titties out. All right. And the dad was like, we ain't going for that. We ain't going for that. Somebody just recently saw that video. All right. I probably have it somewhere saved, but I was like, yeah, she had everything jiggling and wiggling. I was like, boy, her body's ready. Your body's calling for me. Somebody said, seems like you're ready. Girl, are you ready? All right. Yeah, man. She seemed like she was ready, but I was like, well, I'm not going to show my audience the video because they're going to call me a metaphile. But in Arizona, but the mom wanted to have the girl's titties out. The mom was all giggly. You look at her. Oh, go show your dad. All right. And then the dad was like, nah, bro. Nope. Shout out to our brother Peasy says, is it dumb to buy gold jewelry right now or smart to buy with intentions to keep and wear? Well, gold is a good purchase right now. I mean, well, it was at some particular point, gold went up, but jewelry, you don't have to buy the jewelry. But if you want to buy the jewelry, you can buy gold jewelry. All right. And wear it, keep it, hold on to it. You could always sell some gold. Right. The used do it. Goldberg does it. All right. All the time. But
I'm not going to say what race, what
gold
people,
is not trendy.
We know I
at
can't
this particular
say
point,
that.
but it might be at some particular point. All right. You could do as you wish. Shout out to who is this here? No government name. Am I? Coach, I had to donate again this week. You are right. Shower and tried to get some noggin from my girl. She said she was busy, started doing the dishes, and she doubled back. And I told her the moment came and went, and she got mad and went to bed with an attitude. CGA is the oracle. This is the cohabitation. She said she was too busy. All right. And then when she came back, you didn't fix that meat already. And you was like, well, I guess I don't need that no more. Oh, again, one thing that guys will realize that, you know, in relationships, the women want to dictate and control when you get it. All right. And that is a way that they can control the relationship, because otherwise, if you just take it at will, all right, then she can't have any control or leverage over you to get what she wants when she needs it. So she wants to be able to dictate it. Law, I got to go wash the dishes right now. You're going to have to wait. All right. Yeah. And then I'll be like, nope. I'm at the titty bar getting my dick sucked in the champagne room. Too late. All right. You missed your chance. All right. And just be in the bed, just sitting there like, yep, too late. Already got it. Oh, my goodness. I fuck and I get my dick sucked on my terms, not yours. All right. But anyway, last one. The Blancos were talking about EBT fraud for the last 20 years. These are the white people. Now, TikTok has proved it. The internet is truly endless content and self-snitching. Quote, we are as strong as our weakest link. Some of us want to break free of the chains. Other niggas want to stay slaves. And ironically, they call you the slave in the Sambo when you are opposite. They call you the bootlicker. And they say you can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Anyway, now that we got that going on here, it is Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater, let's get warmed up. We got some great videos from the worldwide internet web. We're going to start off with this video right here, a funny video that many people, this is a man's worst nightmare. You know, you have a little girlfriend and she sees somebody she knows, and this is definitely OnlyFans detected, but this is a funny little video. There's a little, appears to be a ling here, and she's leading her white little boyfriend, possibly white boyfriend, over here to meet someone that she knows. So let's go ahead and see how that turns out right here.
Oh, that's my therapist. Hey.
Karen. Oh, what's good, boo? It's good to see you.
Nice to see you. Oh,
how are you?
I'm good. Meet my boyfriend.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, man? It's awesome to finally meet you. I heard so much about you.
Good things?
Oh, yeah, of course. Great things, man. He doesn't seem so submissive.
Oh, trust me, he is.
So you see him often?
Yeah, I see him every weekend.
Yeah.
Always feel so good after.
Oh,
Do you have the stomach?
all right, man. Boy, I will be putting it in her stomach, too. This little piece of ling right here. I'll be putting it all the way in her stomach. And this is her, the rapist. All right, yeah. And yeah, they're sniggling over you because all they do is fucking talk about you at the rapist here. All right, this is terrible. Here we go.
Seeing him.
Well, it's always good to see you. Oh.
Can't wait to see you again.
For sure.
Too.
Definitely. Next week, same time.
Yeah, okay. All right, bye.
Oh, come here.
That's gonna be me in the Philippines right there. Oh,
What kind of fuck you give
that's
me?
gonna be me. Is it Thursday? Oh my goodness, this definitely gonna be me when I touch down in the land of the rising sun. All right, all of those 4'8" sea Mexicans about to get demolished out there. I'm gonna tell you.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right. Oh,
American people ain't kind of fuck.
goodness gracious. I mean,
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
goodness, it is Takeout Thursday. I'm gonna tell you already. I'm primed up, ready to go. I'm warmed up.
I like to get dominated,
Yeah.
I like to.
choked,
Jesus.
whooped, spanked, told what to do. I need a man to take charge
Sheesh.
and let me just, be goofy.
Yeah, I'm gonna let her be goofy out there for sure. All right, goodness.
What kind of fuck you give me?
I gotta, yes. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's stop. It's not even Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It's not even Thursday. Goodness. All right, boy, oh boy. All right, listen, and white men are irate right now. I mean, look at that. Picking them up all by the, all right, here we go.
It's good to see you, Care Bear.
All right.
I'll see you. All right, man. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my therapist.
All right, there it is. There's the rapist right there. And I'm telling you, oh my goodness. I tell you, man, that's right up my alley. That's right up my alley. 4'8" and up. 4'9", 5 feet tall, 5'1". Yes, indeed. That's 5'2" tops. All right. I'm going to iron her ass out. All right. 100%. CGA in the Philippines presenting now. This is definitely going to be a preview right there. All right. Anyway, interesting start to today's show. Straggle Sniggle Theater Press is on. We have a woman that said, as our brother just insinuated, his name is no government name MI. This woman suggests something that I taught years ago, that women lose interest in monogamous sex first. All right. And it says, when you get married, you get bored of the D quickly. All right. And boy, look at this woman here. Is this a woman? All right, here we go.
I'm gonna get in trouble for telling you guys this truth as an ex-married woman that a lot of married people don't want to say. Bitches be bored of their husband's dick. Like, really and truly, the only time bitches care if you're cheating is when you're broke. That's really it. And when you do it disrespectfully. The best advice I ever got from a married woman, and she is successfully married to a very successful man, 20 plus years, maybe I think 15 to 20 years they've been married. He's very successful. And she told me, girl, I hope he's cheating sometimes because I really don't feel like sleeping with him. I'm tired.
And there you go. All right, there's a lot going on here. I don't know what this is, a headband, a blonde wig. There's a whole bunch. Overweight. I mean, he was tired of sleeping with you, but I bet the areolas are like pizza, personal pan delivery pizzas. All right, big, crazy areolas on that chest. All right, but yeah, this is something that I've had to inform a lot of men about, is sometimes in your marriages, they'd rather do the dishes than to duck your sick. All right, they definitely are going to get to that point here. All right, and this is almost all married women, but of course you're going to have women speak up and say, no, this isn't me. As a matter of fact, there's one in the comment section says, speak for yourself. All right, she's speaking for the ones who couldn't marry the man they wanted, but instead married who they could. All right. Only women with high body counts agree. All right. Ex-married, quote. All right. Women don't get tired of a good D. They get tired of a man they marry for financial stability, which is the majority of men. All right. That's the majority of marriages at that particular point. There are most dudes that got fire deals and they ain't getting married. All right. They don't need to get married. So they settle for a guy and all of a sudden they're like, damn, I gotta fuck him again. Ugh. All right. So this does happen, particularly to nice guys and lames.
That's the real truth. Half of the married women I know, they drink and they do a little bit of something before they gotta lay it in there.
Hey man, she's not lying, dude. Some women do got to get drunk to have sex with their husband. Like, that's why they want to go on date nights and they want to have mommy wine time, because they know they gotta fuck. You know, it's not kind of like strippers. Strippers sometimes, and women that work on the corner, they got to get drugged up to do the things that they're doing. Even prawn stars got to get drugged up. So, you know, there's going to be exceptions to the rule that proves this rule. They're going to be people that never experienced this. But yeah, with the amount of marriages that are sexless and the data that shows us that even the best marriage only has sex 6 to 8 times a month, this is true. All right. Now, here's the funny part about it. He getting tired of her too. I mean, but of course he gets penalized for, you know, fucking somebody else. But even she said she wishes he would go cheat. All right. But imagine what he's got to do to lay down with this. The woman with the elephant punani. All right. The punani the size of an elephant. I mean, 6 to 8 times a month, not a year, but yes. All right. 6 to 8 times a month would be marital intimacy. 6 to 8 times a month. Think about that. There's 31 days, typically 30 days in a month. And most marriages average 6 to 8 a month. I mean, that's a lot for most of you incels and virgins in here and red pill rangers. That would be a lot for you. But trust me, a woman that's in your house with a breathing punani and you only going to smash it 6 to 8 times. Yeah, bro. Yeah, no, thank you. Trust me, I've lived that life. It is not fun. All right. People going to say, what's wrong with 6 to 8 times a month? All right. A lot. when this punani sitting around my house. All right, because I'm trying to fuck at least 21 or 22 days out of the month, at least, and hopefully it's 2 or 3 different women. All right, but that's neither here nor there. 6 to 8 times a week or a month is terrible to me. Terrible. That would be terrible for me to marry a woman. And that is pretty much the average. All right, so what do we got here? And that's just the average. Of course, there are people that do it a little bit more. All right, shout out to you. We have Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have this woman that has something to say about, yeah. All right, we'll go ahead and listen to it right here.
I find it so funny when I like start talking to a guy and they're like, "You're so beautiful. You're so pretty." And I'm just like, "Bitch, you don't even know me like that." Like if my friends call me beautiful or like pretty, I'm like, "Oh, like I love you." Cause like they know me, like they know my soul. But it's like when a guy does that, it's like, what are you trying to get? Like, what are you trying to do? Like, can you like stimulate my mind out of a conversation? And then call me beautiful. That's the vibe. But like, if you're just like, wow, you're so, like, bitch, you don't even know me. Like, get the hell out. Like, get the fuck out of my face. I can't. Because you know when guys come up to you at the club and they're like, "You're so pretty." Like, I'm just like, can I just have a good time? Can you just let me dance?
Okay, so what we're going to experience today is a lot of women expressing themselves on the internet, and thank God, you know, we don't judge them. We basically use these videos to break down what their real motives are and what they're really trying to explain. Are they trying to educate us? Or are they just complaining? Do they want a solution? Or are they just, you know, letting off some steam? But this woman says that men probably do. These Mac and cold approach holla monsters do use this a lot. Actually was talking to a beautiful thick ass sister from Houston, Texas yesterday. I happened to bump into her, and I happened to get a peep in the middle of her shirt, and her areola was crazy big. I was like, wowzers. All right, but she was a little bit too thick for me, but she would have been great for a lot of you niggas that like thick women. I mean, she was a thick butter pecan skin, peanut butter skin with big rack, all of that. Anyway, why am I talking about this? Well, the important part is she was complaining that men were just calling her beautiful and saying nothing, right? They weren't doing anything about it. And she was like, okay, what am I supposed to do with this information? So men just use that and say, "Oh, you're so beautiful." But she was like, that doesn't help me. All right, that doesn't do anything. It's kind of like when somebody said on the Coach Greg Adams channel on the stream that I made a clip of, "Hey man, I used to like CGA, but he got too cocky." Okay. All right. What am I supposed to do with this information? Like, great, nigga. Like, that sounds great. You used to like me. Now you don't. Now you don't like my persona, my personality, my character. Now, okay, so what am I supposed to do? What's the effects of this? Am I going to lose money? Are you going to unsubscribe? Are you going to stop donating? Did you ever donate? All right, so I can understand what she's saying here, because she's basically saying it's an empty compliment that typically goes nowhere. Now, she's also saying something that people are missing, and this is that when women say women are 10s and women are beautiful, they're not talking about looks. But she says when men do it, they're talking about looks. This inherently tells you that they think beautiful doesn't have much to do other than men wanting sex when it comes from them, but beauty is from like within. All right, so she says if my gay friend, if my female friends call me beautiful, they know something about me that makes me shine and glow. All right, they know that I'm a beautiful person, have a good heart. But then when the men say it, it's just that they're trying to get in their pants. All right, so watch this. I'm going to play it again just so you can see it. And this does stem from the misandry that we're going to hear today. She's saying dudes are just saying it to get in my pants. She knows she's not a 10. You gracious. All right. I cannot win here with this damn YouTube and internet. What did I do now? What did I do now? I'm on StreamYard, y'all. Like, why am I getting fucked up already on my stream? All right, let me go back to the beginning and play this. All right, Jesus. How my screen go black already? Boy, oh boy. Can I even win? What is going on, man? They owe me already. All right, so anyway, let me go ahead and refresh this video so you can hear. She doesn't believe that she's beautiful in that light. So she's saying I'm more beautiful on the inside. All right, here we go.
I find it so funny when I like start talking to a guy and they're like, "You're so beautiful, you're so pretty," and I'm just like, "Bitch, you don't even know me like that." Like if my friends call me beautiful or like pretty, I'm like, "Oh, like."
Yeah, I'm like, oh, so it's less competitive, all right, and it's insincere, and it's more about her qualities as a person.
I love you because like they know me, like they know my soul, but it's like when a guy does that, it's like, what are you trying to get? Like,
yeah, what are you trying to do? You're trying to run the mouthpiece. I see what we're doing here. You're trying to run some game on me. I see what this is. All right, that's basically what she's saying. She goes to sleep. She takes all this little bit of makeup off, which is a lot. And she takes this off and she knows who she really is. But her friends are complimenting her on her soul and that her inside and who she is as a person. That's, this is interesting, huh?
what are you trying to do?
Yeah, what are you trying to do?
Like, can you like stimulate my mind out of a conversation?
And the reason why they want you to love them for their soul and their mind is because beauty fades, right? Beauty fades. So she knows she's not going to stay at least this good looking. I mean, she's like in her mid-20s. This is her peak. All right, this is how beautiful she's going to be unless she goes into Botox and surgery. This is the peak. So she knows that's going to eventually fade. So that's why she wants to sell you her soul and her inside and her spirit and all of these things. That's why you got to like that first. Otherwise, if you're coming in for the beauty, you're going to be disappointed.
And then call me beautiful. That's the vibe. But like, if you're just like, wow, you're so, like, bitch, you don't even know me.
All right, potty mouth. All right, you don't even know me. Yeah, clock that T. All right, clock that T. Shout out to her. She's a good little plain Jane, if you will. I don't think she's ugly, but she knows that, it's not going to get much better than this. So you need to know me for me. I want somebody to love me for me. Very sexy, crazy as can be. We got Straggle Sniggle Theater. Let's take you to the Brotherland. Take a look at this, and we're going to play the clip. All right, cover your eyes if you have children. Let's play this clip. This guy says he's in love with a big girl, dangerously obese.
You can lift me up while we in this water.
Let me see. Try to be Hercules for a minute.
Hercules.
My boyfriend Wendell and I have been together for 6 years. He slid in my DMs a couple times and I ignored him. But once he wrote me and said, "Hey, could I take you out to dinner?" I was like, "Oh, well, you should have started with that, sir." Hey, that's how it went.
Yeah, you got it right. So far.
I was so far. Let me drown in this little.
Oh,
I don't know. It's just something about bigger women, like heavy-set women that I like.
Oh, the humanity.
Man.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Not in broad daylight, Wendell. All right, Wendell. Not in broad daylight, bro. I mean, come on. We all got a little fetish here and there, sir, but Jesus. It's these free niggas out here. I get it for free, coach. He likes heavy-set women out here. All right, shout out to this fetish nigga.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
In the show Dangerously Obese. And, of course, it's a niggy. I mean, the white boys got this shit, too. Nigga shit. Woo! He ain't trying, is he? This post-nut clarity got to hit like crazy, bro.
I like to play with her.
Oh.
With her arms and stuff. I like to grab up on her, play with her belly and rolls and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like all of it,
And of course, he's down bad. He can get his teeth fixed. His head is a little bit oblong in shape. I mean, he can fix this here. All right. He definitely is a broke nigga. All right. He's giving mad broke, insecure. He's not this guy is not ready for life right now. He's stumbling out right now. And he probably is like, my woman buys me things, ass nigga. Goodness gracious. I mean, look at his teeth. I mean, this is indicative of the guys I described that are basically low frequency niggas. All right. Goodness.
I feel like, okay, this a whole lot. So if I get something else that's a whole lot, that's going to be hot.
Oh, what is going on here, gentlemen?
What the hell?
What is that?
Oh my God, no way.
What is that? All right, could you imagine what this looks like with wowzers with no clothes? Jesus. I mean, he putting it in all of these flaps and all of these crevices and creases. He putting it in everything, bruh. He like, let me put it here. Let me put it there. All right, there's a lot of folds and creases in there that he can put. Just let me just jib it in here real quick.
But he is the smallest I have ever dated.
The smallest I've ever dated. Shish.
Ever.
Look at that. Okay, he down bad. He down bad.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
He down bad, y'all. Look at these legs. All right, bird-chested ass niggy. All right, toothpicks, spaghetti arms. These are you niggas that tell me you get it for free. I mean, come on, man. He need to eat. She ain't even letting him get to the plate. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I feel light now.
Yep. Okay, his head is shaved. His head is not shaved in this one. Ooh, he's starving. Goodness.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right. God dang, man.
Yeah, you feel like.
Oh my goodness. What in the world?
Man, chill.
What the hell?
People assume larger people can't be intimate, but our sex life is just fine. No complaints. You have any complaints?
The only thing we can't do is she's not able to get on top.
Excuse me. I am able to get on top. I just don't want to because that's a lot of work. And big girl get tired.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well don't say I can't. I could climb up there.
Oh, please don't. I tell you, the nigga never disappoints. I'm glad we have niggas in this world. I just want to stay away from them. I do not want her to climb on top of anything. All right. King Kong Bundy. Look at what's wowzers. Could you imagine what's under there? Oh my goodness.
You can lift me up while we in this water.
Yeah, she can lift you up when she in the water. The buoyancy is going crazy. Plus, they're gonna snipe this stream if I keep doing this here. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. The last one. We have a woman that says right here that his money, she proves the concept of my money is my money and his money is our money. Okay. A concept that we've proven over and over again, that women tend to have their own money in relationships and it gives them independence. All right. This is the perfect 50-50 relationship. All right. She says she gets to keep her money that she works for, and she gets to use the money that he works for. So let's take you to it. And it's probably a Persian or a Middle Eastern. So, you know, they're out and out notorious gold diggers. All right, so let's go ahead and play the video.
His money, that's provision. My money, that's freedom. A man's role is to provide. It's in his nature. And a woman's right is to own her wealth guilt-free. Even if the woman earns more, the energetic role doesn't change. You don't owe your income to anyone as a woman, not even your husband. When boundaries are clear, marriages thrive.
All right, so these are one of these podcasts where the woman basically records herself like she's doing an interview, looking off camera, making some sort of hot take, all right, to make some, what do they call it, rage bait material, knowing that she's going to provoke the audience to comment and build up her, you know, her engagement. This is not that hard to figure out. But yeah, there it is right there. All right, his money is our money. Even if I make more money than him, the dynamic doesn't change. He still should be supporting. Now, here's the thing, man. This is how a lot of traditional relationships work. Even though women work, one of the dynamics that happens is when she starts to work and she starts to make money, she will believe that that's her money. All right, that did happen in my marriage. Once my wife at the time went to work, when she would come back in and get paid, she was like, no, this is my money. I get to decide what I want to do with this money. Right. And you're like, bitch, are you crazy? All right. Are you crazy? Yes. In their mind, they think that's how it works. I mean, so you do have to vet for this. If you guys are relationship minded, if you guys are looking to build with the person, you do have to vet for this. Typically, if you're dealing with women who are in that Persian, Middle Eastern category, this certainly is going to apply. Certainly with the African-American women, this is more likely going to be the chance, especially if she's attractive. And then when you're talking about white women, certainly if they work, they're probably going to have this mindset too. I would say Latinas maybe not have this mindset, maybe possibly Americanized Asians, condescending Asian women that went to UCLA and UC Berkeley, UC Berkeley, UC Irvine, UC San Diego. They might have this mindset as well, but if they're not, they're fobbies. All right, they're second generation Americans, immigrants. They may not have this particular mindset. But yeah, this is probably more common than you believe. So you do have to vet for this and ask very, very tough questions to determine if they have that. And I'm going to tell you, you might not hear it originally. You're not going to hear it right off the rip because they know that they're going to lose you. Eventually, they're going to lead you down this line and they'll move the goalposts and they'll, give you a little bit of language to confuse you. They're not going to say out and out. No, it's right down the middle, 50-50, and we're going to share our money and build. They're not going to tell you that until you're deep into the marriage or the relationship. Then also, she might even move the goalpost when you get into the relationship. So you do have to vet for this. They're not going to come out and say this. It's similar to when you guys know me. You know me as the person that says this on YouTube. But what men think is that, and especially red pill ragers, you think that I go out into the world and say the same thing directly to women, and I don't. Like, we're the shield. We're having a conversation between men and the few women that are here to empower and get us to the point where we can see and understand what's going on. If you go out here and take this and you go out to the world like this, you're going to realize it's going to be a tough battle for you. Women can smell this and they're going to avoid at all costs, which could be good or bad for you. But if you're looking to engage with people and be social and have a job, you can't come out here and say this on YouTube and they'll say it to the world. So when you're talking to women, the women aren't going to get immediately that I'm reading them like a book. Shout out to the original Superwoman. The women aren't going to get that I'm reading them, but I'm reading them. I'm vetting them. I'm asking them questions, not in a way to put them on the defense. I'm getting information. All right. And then when I get the information, I don't judge. I basically keep a poker face. And then that way, then I can have a good time with them, get as much far as I want to. And then when they leave, then I can make the judgment call and say, nah, I'm good. Okay. But what men do is they lash out, they debate, they immediately get into the conversations about women submitting and you get into these arguments with them in which they'll just move the goalposts and use deceptive language to change things. All right. For instance, I talked to a woman one time and I used the word casino, but I meant to say it's hotel. But because I said casino, she said, no, I'm not in casinos. You see what happens? But she was in hotels. That's how women work. Okay. You didn't say the right word. So that way she can deny. Well, you didn't say hotels. All right. You said casinos. You see what I mean? So you do have to make sure that you allow them time to be able to be clear about what their intentions are, or else this is where you get bamboozled. This is where you get bait and switch. This is when they pull the rug. This is when they move the goalposts. So you got to let them talk. If you put them on the defense, they'll clam up. And this is why men struggle with women. Of course, then men go, so I don't want to even deal with this. And then they go their own way and they become incels. Okay. And they stay in red pill rage and then they end up out here flopping. All right. So anyway, shout out to the videos there. That was fun. That's Straggle on Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle on Sniggle Theater. Oh, that was fun. Okay, let's get into it. We got a couple super chats, so we don't get too far behind. I'm over here using StreamYard, and they already trying to snipe my stream. Not me. Not today. Not today, Satan. Not today. I try to play your game, YouTube, and you keep switching it up on me. Is it on auto stop? It's on auto stop. Okay, what are we doing here? Let me get set up. Trying to figure out where we're going. What are we doing next? Shout out to Kirby, says, Coach, it's the land of the Orient Pearl. For Pina's rising sun is Japanese. He says right here, have fun opening them clams. I know, yeah, but it's just me just saying shit. You know what I mean? It's not always meant to be completely accurate. When I say the land of the rising sun, I know it's Japan, but I'm just having fun. All right. Can I have fun? All right. I know niggas always want to try to correct me. All right. I'll be like, yo, just let me have fun. You know what I mean? I'm just I'm going to be in the land of the rising sun, the Pearl of the Orient. I get it. But by the way, the reason why I say that is because this is the Great Muda song. And that's how they introduced them, from the land of the rising sun, the pearl of the Orients. The great Muta. But I know it's the, I know, man. Why do niggas always trying to correct me with that little shit? But anyway, you donated, so I get it. All right. All right, it's okay. All right. Most people are completely ignorant about it. I'm not ignorant about it. I know what it was. All right. Here we go. All right. I can't describe every little section of Asia, but I will be in every little section of Asia. That's for sure. All right. And I will be doing live streams. I will be doing live streams, not every day. And I'll be doing live streams like in the middle of the night. All right. So it'll be the morning show, but it will be midnight. As a matter of fact, let me look at my phone. Where's my, oh, there it is right here. All right, let me look at my phone. Let's see what time it is now in Asia. All right, let's see what now it's the Orientals. All right, let me see here. Right now, the Orientals are up at, oh, I'm gonna really get messed up. Right now, it's 11 o'clock in Bangkok. All right, it's 11 o'clock in Bangkok at night. So the bar girls will have to be waiting over here doing a little sucky while I'm doing a live stream. All right. Who else? In Manila, it's midnight. So, yes, I will be doing a little bit of that right there. All right. In Manila, I will be doing the wake up show at midnight. All right. So all the bar girls will have to step to the side. In the Philippines, in Manila, Tokyo, it's 1 a.m. So, whoo. The wake up show will be the sleepy show. I'll be like, after busting 10 kind of nuts, I'm going to be like, hello, everybody. Ling Ling, be quiet. Just cook, suck, and shut the fuck up. But I will be doing some late night shows when I'm over there. It might be only 2 or 3 girls. I mean, 2 or 3 girls. I was thinking out loud. It might be only 2 or 3 streams in a week. Yes, and this is not going to be a 4-hour, 5-hour show. That's for sure. All right. I'm going to be like, let's check in. And I don't have time today at all.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
I'm got to get back to what I'm doing here. Boy, I'm going to need all kind of Red Bulls. It's going to be crazy. Shout out to Ken Rose says, unfortunately, I have end-stage nigga fatigue. Please help. Happy Halloween, by the way. Fellow ninja and blessings. Ken Rose, what you have to do if you ever have ninja fatigue and you wonder what stage are you not going to have it, or if you need to feel guilty about ninja fatigue, always remember that you're not black. All right. That's what's helped me a lot. I'm not black. Fuck that. All right. All right. I don't know them niggas. All right. And then they're like, you are black. I was like, no, I'm not. All right, that's the way I deal with nigga fatigue. I'm not black. All right, them ain't my people. All skin folk ain't kin folk. All right, I don't know them new niggas over there. All right, my name is, I'm not black, I'm CGA. All right, that's the way I deal with it, and I've dealt with it that way, and people get really pissed because then they don't know what to do. All right, I ain't black, nigga. I ain't like them. That's how I deal with ninja fatigue. I just say I'm not these niggas. All right, them niggas, I don't know them. All right, anyway. All right, and it really pisses them off. And then I'd be like, well, see, I see that little thing pissed you off and triggered you. Well, I'm really not black, man. Yes, you are black. They really be pissed when you say you're not black. I'm like, why are you so mad? Why are you so mad that I said I'm not black? Why are you making me black so much? Why you want me to be black so bad? All right, they really be getting triggered too. They be going ape shit like monkey, ape, baboon, gorillas. Yes, you are, nigga. You're gonna get your nigga wake up call. I'm tired of you talking bad about your own people. Those aren't my people. Oh, they be pissed the hell off. Ooh, they be mad as hell. So, Mr. Ken, if you ever want to feel like less guilty about nigga fatigue, just say you're not black. All right, I ain't black, nigga. All right, I don't know. Them ain't my ancestors. Just don't claim it. All right, them gorillas will go crazy on you, ape shit. You are. All right, anyway, that's how I deal with it. And, people, YouTube, they used to talk shit about me on YouTube about that, but they don't talk about me at all about it. All right, they used to be like, Coach Greg Adams is a sellout. And I'll be like, I am a sellout. Just agree with whatever they say. You know what I mean? Just agree with them. You are Uncle Tom. I am an Uncle Tom. You a Sambo. I am a Sambo. I mean, just agree with them niggas. And they really don't know what to do when you agree with whatever they say, other than the fact that you're black. But I'm not black. You can clearly see I'm brown. For the people who don't realize, pro-blacks do not have anything, no weapons. The only thing they'll do is kill you like all the other niggas kill other niggas. Like, they're not going to do anything. They don't have any political power. They can't get you fired from a job. Like, they don't have any sway or pull. They can't excommunicate you from the community when you excommunicated yourself. They can't prevent you from getting women. They can't prevent you from getting white women. Like, they can't prevent you from doing anything. They don't have any real power. They can't cancel you. They don't have any sway. Everybody hates them. Nobody wants to live around them. So it's not like they can do anything. So if they call you a Sambo, you're like, yeah, I am a Sambo. And then what? Right? You can still fuck black women at will. Nothing's going to happen. Just realize that. Nothing's really going to happen to you. So never fear, like, excommunicating yourself from a membership that has no benefits. It can't really do nothing. Right? As a matter of fact, you'll become wealthier by just taking this position in life, and they'll become poorer at the same time. You're like, I am a sellout. I'll sold you out too, nigga. I'll tell on you. I'll call the police, the white police, nigga. I'll call the police on you like a sellout. Okay. All right. Shout out to you. The pro-blacks are irate right now. Because what would I say? I am a black man. Okay. What does that even get me? You're right. I am black. Now what happens? Nothing. All right. Nothing. You don't get an extra pool. They don't give you extra barbecue sauce for your ribs. They don't give you extra grease for your chicken. They don't give you extra hot sauce for your popcorn. You don't get to move into a better neighborhood. They don't protect you more. Like, you don't get a better credit score. You don't get a better loan. You don't get, you don't get things by just claiming it and be like, well, okay, well, I guess I am black. You don't get extra weed, extra seeds in your weed. They don't take the seeds out of your weed. They don't protect you more. Like, you get nothing from it. Like, there's no benefits to the membership. So it's not like you're gaining anything by agreeing, oh, well, maybe I am black. All right. So there's nothing that you get. So you could just be like, well, I'm not. And what are you going to do, brother? All right. So anyway, yeah, you don't get nothing. You don't get extra. They don't give you extra daps. They don't get you extra pounds, bro. You know what I mean? You don't get extra highs from other hating ass niggas. All they do is just grab you down, back in the barrel. Back in the barrel I go. All right. All right. The pro-blacks are absolutely irate right now. And Dr. Umar allegedly is doing an extra line off the counter right now listening to this. All right. Yes, he is. All right. Anyway, that's allegedly, by the way.
Lord have mercy. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
All right. Here we go. I'm just trying to strengthen y'all black men. Shout out to our brother Ken Rose, says thumbs up for Halloween. Appreciate you, Ken Rose, having to donate again. MC Hamster says, was reading my son, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, and realize it's a book about how women operate. The little boy in the book is stressed out on every page. I never heard of this book, so I'm not sure. All right, interesting. Shout out to our brother Ronnie Ron, says, hey, coach, happy Halloween. Where's your costume? I heard coworkers talking about that men in their 30s shouldn't be in bars and nightclubs tonight because he'll look like a medophile. The conversation was between a man and a woman, and you can guess who was stating that BS opinion. Damn. So men over 30 can't be in bars and clubs tonight because he's going to look like a medophile. With all of these 20, most of these women going out to the bars and clubs are going to be 18, 19, and 20. 25. They're going to be old skeezers in there too, 40 years old. They're going to be having a party, but they want to exclude the 30-plus-year-old guys. Man, please. I mean, this is just sickening how they use all kind of things to get you out of looking at young punani. All right, the bitches are adults. You're in an adult minefield. All right, bitch. If you want to be out here with a fake ID, all right, and I want to be up in the nightclub looking at Prime Calico, it is what it is. All right, please. This crazy. And it probably was the dude talking that shit too. He's 30-year-old man. And by the way, listen, if you're 30, why you in the nightclub anyway? All right. You should be right there at the junior college. 30, 40, really 40 and 50, 60 years old. What are you at nightclubs for other than the buy out a section? You shouldn't be up there picking up hoes at a nightclub anyway. You look like a lame, like a motherfucker, especially 40 and up at a nightclub. Like, this is ridiculous. All right. It's ridiculous. Now, I can see you going there, but not to pick up chicks. No Government Name BH says, I love your CGA The Villain streams on the Coach Greg Adams channel. Looking forward to more of these Mitch slapping streams. CGA The Villain is coming out on the Coach Greg Adams channel. My villain arc can be witnessed over there. If you guys are missing these streams, I'm no holds barred in my villain mindset at night. All right, after I let my JUCO go home and let her out the room, and I untie her or unhandcuff her and get her face from out the pillow. And then I'm out there having a cigar. And then I get into my villain mindset. All right. How was the comment sections over there? A lot of people in there probably going crazy. Like, who is this guy? I used to like him. He became cocky. Right. Hey, man, I'm done wiping these losers' ass. All right. Look, bro, I'm like a guy who's getting tired of teaching the 6th grade for the 10th year in a row. Like, I'm tired of teaching this shit. Anyway, what do we got here? Fuck you, boss up. Let's do it in this section right here. I got to get out of here by 1 o'clock.
Boss up, nigga.
My massage therapist is going to be here. All right, but fuck you, boss up. So we got to get to it. We have a black man, allegedly a black man, talking about how to survive in white corporate environments on Fuck You, Boss Up real quick.
Boss up, nigga.
So he's going to share a video, and then another guy's going to do a stitch. So you see the stitch is incoming. This guy right here says he's at a corporate function with white people, and he's not going to fall for the trap here. So let me see if you guys can understand this.
At a work party, there's an open bar. I've got a club soda. I got bills to pay. Don't play with me.
All right. So a nigga's going to come in with his t-shirt off.
I'm at a work party.
Right here. He said, I'm at a work party. And you guys know, typically he's the token black, right? There's not many blacks there. And he's at a work party with an open bar. All right. And he says, I got a club soda. Does anybody understand what he's saying? All right. A lot of niggas aren't going to understand this, but if you are a blend-in niggy, an assimilated niggy, you know exactly what he's talking about. He's not going for the trap. All right. Too many traps to be laid there. And so what he's saying is, if I get drunk like Taylor and Chad and Connor and Charleston and all of these guys that got, trust funds, and they got good families, and they got fallback, and they brown nosed the manager and the supervisor. All right. They got pull and political sway, and they got marriages and white wives. All right. They can act a fool, and they can go in the bathroom and snort coca and come out and have affairs and act a fool and get naked and dance on the table. But a nigga can't do it. All right. So if you go in there and you get 2 shots of Hennessy and you start flirting with somebody else's wife, all right, running game when you're at work, you're going to get fired. Right? You're getting fired. So this is a good move. This is a boss up move. He says, you ain't getting me.
Boss up, nigga.
You ain't getting me. And he looking all Kermit the Frog in the face. All right. Why are you looking like Kermit the Frog in the face? All right. So he's like, you ain't fixing to get me.
I'm at a work party. There's an open bar. I've got a club soda. I got bills to pay. Don't play with me.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I think I need to be coached on what black professionalism looks like. Like, I genuinely don't think I'm prepared for what it seems to be the constraints you have to live under as a black man or woman within the corporate world. Especially.
Oh, and this guy is now, this is a good video by him, and he's making sense as well. He says, I think I need training to recognize things, and this is okay because he's asking the right questions. A lot of people have too much ego. Oh, you can do that. Why are you worried about this? All right, but he's like, there's a certain way to operate. If you want to climb up the ladder, you got to play the game. And if you don't want to play the game, don't say the game is unfair when you get got. All right, so he's like, I need some training. Let me take the do-rag off. All right, let me pull up my pants. Let me not walk outside with my shirt off and disrespect culture, even though, well, the women like it. They really like it underneath. All right, yeah, but still, all right, it's probably not the best thing to do overall. All right, so he's like, I do need some boss up training. I need to really realize what goes on in the survival of the political office right here. You're talking about politics, office politics. You're talking about how rumors spread. You're talking about, can you come in and meet with us on Friday at noon? And now you got the HR being included in the email. So he is taking a good step, a boss up step, a right move. He's not taking the nigga move. Well, they need to just accept me for me. He cut his hair off. He's cut off the braids. And he's like, you know what? I like 185K a year. Because the Kermit the Frog nigga looking and sounding nigga, he makes 185K plus. Probably 250K. And he keeping that job. All right. He keeping that job. He's like, I'm going to keep that job. But he's like, bro, I need to learn some lessons in decorum. Okay.
It's someone who's like trying to get into like the corporate side of healthcare. Like, bro, I had no idea. I went to the comments of this video. I had no idea how much black people keep themselves on guard in scenarios like that.
He said, I had no idea. And again, a lot of people don't know. And shout out to him for saying this. A lot of people don't know what it takes to survive. It really takes, it's a game. And here's the thing. All the people are playing the game. There's a game for everybody. Like the white boys are playing a game of kiss ass and brown nose. The white bitches are playing the game of whose dick she can suck to get to the top. The Asian bitches are playing the game of how can I get me a white Brad, all right, or them to accept me smelling like garlic all day, all right. The niggas are playing a game of survival. The black women are playing the game of bed winch to get to middle management. Okay, everybody's playing the game, all right. The niggas are playing tap dance and Sambo and Uncle Tom and nice nigga, all right, to get them way out. I'm gonna take the bass down out of my voice. Okay, everybody's playing the game. The Latina women are playing the game of I'm better than the housekeeper. I know you want to get me out here sweeping the rug, but I'm better than that. I actually can do emails. Right? The Mexicans are playing the game of I don't want to fall down to janitor. All right. I don't want to be just considered a janitor. My name is Jose, but it's Jose Luis Rivera. All right. Sanchez Vicario. Better respect me. All right. So Jose comes in with some, big circle glasses on. Everybody's playing the game. It's game on for everybody, but niggas get offended. Well, we shouldn't have to change who we are. Everybody's code switching. Everybody in there is code switching. Even Brad, even Kaylee. Kaylee sucked dick, but she come in with her cardigan sweater and she was out here hoeing last night. Everybody's playing the game. The middle manager guy or the manager supervisor guy is a whole metaphile. He goes down to Cambodia and tries to fuck a whole bunch of young minors. All right. Everybody's playing the game and he cheats on his wife. All right. And his wife is playing the game of I'm the good corporate traditional stay at home. Everybody's playing the game. But what I have to get in the Negro's head, because you guys are hard headed, you think it's beneath you. All right. To play this game. We shouldn't have to play. Everybody's playing the game when you know the real. So I'm glad this guy's pointing this out. He's like, I need to learn what this game is. Corporate game and politics game is ugly. And everybody's a character. Nobody's their real self when they're in their corporate job. Nobody is. Okay. Nobody's their real self.
Because if you tell me there's an open bar, I'm folding. Free tequila, I'm folding every single time. And I think the naivety stems from the fact that me being a former athlete, I've been an athlete my whole life. I've always been the well-accepted Negro everywhere I went, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, like, you realize that the meritocracy that we face as black individuals in terms of being accepted for what we do and not who we are makes it seem like, for me, that I could do and function however I like because of the fact that I'm usually always good wherever I go.
Yeah, see, yeah, and that's what I'm good with people, and I'm good with women at the bar. And then you do that shit in the corporate setting, and people be like, because people will clutch their pearls today. I mean, this is just a reality. People clutch their pearls and they'll act innocent. Like they'll listen to debaucherous music all day long with Young Thug talking about fuck this and shoot that. Now, the minute I say it over here, they're like, man, this guy's cursing and he's saying the N-word over and over again. Like, you see how weird people are when it comes to them looking at a different environment. If you change the environment, people change differently. All right, and I talked about that yesterday. All right, you're good with women, change the environment. Okay, now you're bad with women. Right, so people generally like me being the cool guy, the guy that's the Tyrone. But then change the environment to corporate. Now all of a sudden it's a different audience. It's a different group of people. They have code switch. Everybody's protecting themselves, and people are looking to snitch on people to get to the top. It's backstabbing here. So you have to be aware of your surroundings when you're playing the game of life. What works in a nightclub and a bar does not work in the office, okay, at all. But people are weird. People will accuse me, and even YouTube accuses me. They will shadow ban my stream because I curse, okay, and I say the N-word. But they will push a rap video saying it over and over again and never censor it. So it's an audience, and people will come in here and be like, dang, man, this guy used to not curse, and I feel like I can't play his videos while I'm at work. All right, but you'll listen to rap music at work all day. You'll listen to comedians cursing all day. But for me, now all of a sudden I got to hold myself to a higher standard because I'm a podcaster and I'm on the fringe of being acceptable and not acceptable. So now, I like his opinions where he says the N-word, so I'm not going to clutching the pearls. All right, clutching the pearls. So he has to be aware of this. Just because he's cool and he's a Tyrone in the regular world, that don't really do shit for you in the corporate world. You got to play the game.
Not realizing that, no, that's how you build the case against you.
Yeah, that's how you get. This is very smart and astute by this guy right here. That's how you build a case against you.
Boss up, nigga.
All right, when you're at work, people are building a case against you all the time. And you could have one bad day, say one bad thing in a corporate setting or a political setting, and you're cooked. All right, they're going to remember that. And you can have 2 years clean slate. You say one bad thing, they're writing you up, and it will spread amongst the office. You hit on one girl and she rejects you in a corporate setting, not Amazon delivery warehouse niggas. You say one bad thing and you hit on one wrong girl and she's having a pissy day. Now that shit spreads like wildfire, and you just be like, they're going to be like, yeah, he's always at her. Here's another thing. They're watching you at all times. Everybody's watching everybody. It doesn't matter who you are. Okay. What they're doing is they're going to see you at that girl's office. Oh, he already talking to her. That's interesting. He's talking that to the little white girl. Then they're going to see you on day 2. Come around again. You're going to think nobody's paying attention because you're going to look around and everybody's going to have their head in their desk. All right. Head below their cubicle. They're going to be sending off emails. They're going to be on phone calls. They're going to look like they're not watching you, but they're keeping notes. They're keeping tabs. Then you're going to come back day 3 and you're going to be like, damn, they ain't watching again. One woman's watching you like this. They're watching you. So what happens is they're building a case against you because if something happens, they're going to be like, yep, we saw him do X, Y, and Z. We saw him come over here and come over there. The last 5 or 10 days, he was doing X, Y, and Z. Okay, so people are watching you whether you believe it or not, and they letting shit slide until they don't need to let shit slide no more. And you will learn this in that setting, politics, corporate, and the lights. All right. They're keeping tabs on you. They're documenting things. All right. Just in case. And some people will document things just in case they get fired. All right. I'm going to get fired. Okay. But Ray be over there talking to Kelsey all day. Let's talk about Ray. Okay. Ray be talking to Caitlyn all day. And she a little 22-year-old intern white girl, and he's 32 and married. Can we talk about that? And then they start digging in emails and iPhones, and they start digging in Blackberries and cooked because they're going to find one of you two sexting, and they're going to be like, well, you are a superior, and now they just saved their job. You guys got to know it's part of the game. And, of course, I think black people, unfortunately, they believe they're entitled because they believe they're the fabric of America. They built this country, that they should have they don't have to play this game. All right. They don't have to play this game. We're a part of this country. We should be integrated into this, and we shouldn't have to do this. Oh, yes. No, it don't matter. It don't matter. You have to play the game no matter who you are. So shout out to him for putting that information out there. That is a wonderful, wonderful video. And it allowed us to have a great discussion. We have two more things to discuss here. We have people going broke in America. Do you believe this? Can you believe this? This article says 40% of workers making $300,000 plus say they are living paycheck to paycheck. Damn. All right. I don't know about this, but let's break it down and see if this actually makes sense here.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke. Dead, flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
All right. So for 300K plus, you know, a lot of people think that's a lot of money until you make 300K plus. All right. You're like, damn. All right. It really is fucked up because, you know, like I always tell y'all, man, if you ain't talking about $5, $10, $15 million, your middle class is struggling. All right. Middle class is not as cool as it is, especially certain tax brackets. All right. If that's W2 300K. All right. That's a big swipe down in taxes. All right. So you getting cooked. But let's break this down. Most workers, 57% of workers who make under 50K a year say they live paycheck to paycheck. Now, that's not a surprise. 57%. And the rest of them live with their mama still. And it says 40% of those making 300K plus said the same, that they're living paycheck to paycheck. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't have access to money. So they're still somewhat liquid when the direct deposit hits. All right. But bills. All right. When you talk about how much mortgages are costing, the cost of relationships, keeping up with the Joneses, luxury vehicles. All right. People are making car payments that are $2,000, $3,000 just to, you know, especially in the last 2 years. If you got a car payment on a luxury vehicle, you could easily be paying $2,000 to $3,000, maybe $4,000 a month for those cars at certain interest rates. The cost of basic needs have increased dramatically since 2000, which I've been saying, and people don't believe me. Just to make the basics, they've been going up rapidly. All right. So then you talk about what discretionary and disposable income is. Discretionary income comes into play because now you're talking about what you would do in these areas, going to spa treatments, massages, vacations. All right. These things are not cheap. So then when you start talking about what it takes when you make more money, you start to do more things. Personal trainers, high-end gyms, buying certain furniture. Like this is private school. All right. You send your kids to private school. I make 300K. Or we have 300K household income. We don't have to send our kid to public school. We can send them to private school. So now I'll go to something. Private school tuition is $1,000 to $2,000 a month coming out of your account. Okay. You don't have time to cook or clean. All right. So you got Rosalinda. All right. You're going out to eat more. All right. 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 times a week. All right. Or you're rushing food via DoorDash. Right. So it does add up very relatively fast. If we could do the math here. On that, I would assume this is somewhere around 25K a month. Just quick maths. Larry C is embarrassed listening to me right now. All right, Larry C is embarrassed listening to me. We'll just take the 200K number because they say 200K plus, but that's about, damn, I was right. Sometimes I guess in math and I'm right. All right, I don't know how I do it, because I'm not that good at quick maths. I really got to get my long division calculator out, but damn, Larry C, I got it. All right. That's the first time in history on my show in 8 years that I got quick maths right. Just so you guys know, I'm going to celebrate that one. That deserves a victory lap. All right. I don't know how I did it. All right. But I didn't embarrass myself. And that's all because Larry K is a member of the Money Mindset and he's a member of the Shield. All right. You just witnessed a historic moment. I got math right on the first guess. All right. But 25K a month. And then you take out basic tax rates. Let's just say taxing at, let's just give it conservatively 30% of taxes. That would be minus $8,700. So you're down to living expenses, $17,000 a month. You take a mortgage out of that at the average $3,300. You take your $2,000 car payment out of that. You take your Equinox membership at $200 a month, and then vacations, a massage therapist, insurance, benefits, 401k matching. All right, shit gonna go crazy. All right, now you're down to $10,000. All right, and then you have any credit card debt that most people will have carrying over that you're trying to pay off, student loan debt. These things, it will go down really, really, really fast. So, you know, people are constantly trying to hit these numbers, but as they slowly hit these numbers, they will realize you can get easily consumed. You get a $6,000 raise, you know, each year, but you know, that's going to seem like a lot of money, but typically you're going to probably be priced out if you don't budget. So join us on the Money Mindset talking about that. We talk about the benefits of budgeting, and we do have a budget spreadsheet, a simple budget spreadsheet that you can use to keep track of these things so you don't get overconsumed. Now, if you have a girlfriend and a wife, all right, you're simply going to be put out of that. And also, if you have a traditional relationship where the wife doesn't work, let's say the wife doesn't work and you guys want traditional relationships because you guys are perverts for traditional relationships. If you want to keep your wife not working and she's a spendthrift, she goes on Amazon, right? You have a JUCO or a girlfriend. Yeah, that shit comes up real fast. All right. Life comes at you fast. Yep. We're saving for retirement. I mean, you're going to put away 10, 15, 20% for your retirement out of that 17K that's left. I mean, it goes pretty fast. It goes pretty fast. It says these earnings. Let me see here. Let me go ahead. 40% of workers say they're living paycheck to paycheck. And it says high earners are feeling like they're barely scraping by. 50K a year is, 57% living paycheck to paycheck. 40%. That means 60% is not feeling like paycheck to paycheck. But that's pretty relatively high. That's striking because only 25% of workers earn 100 to 200K. Said they're living paycheck to paycheck. Those who make 50 to 100K were also less likely than the higher earners to describe their finances that way. Yeah, things cost, man. Things cost. So it's boss up season. You do have to figure out a plan to boss up. That includes budgeting. You better boss up, nigga. That includes budgeting. So, somebody mentioned this. What if you have kids? You have 1 kid, 2 kid, 3 kid. You're getting gobbled up really fast. Pause. All right. As that one guy would say, pause. What's the guy's name? He's from Rockefeller Records. He says pause a lot. But if you have kids, 2 or 3 kids, and they got Kumon and Taekwondo and lacrosse and water polo and soccer, club soccer, Dame Dash, yeah. Club soccer, you're not playing. Look, when you go to these suburban neighborhoods, you're not putting your kids into the YMCA league unless they're 3rd grade. Because there is a who lives in the suburbs? Press 1 if you grew up in the suburbs. Suburban life they will make you spend money. Better boss up, nigga. All right. Anybody grew up in the suburbs or live in the suburbs at this particular point and they're raising kids in the suburbs? Dude, I don't care how much you make in the suburbs. You're gonna you gotta be literally like what do they call it? You gotta be like a guy that like is really a penny pincher. Because if you have kids, you think your kids are going to go to school and come home and thrive in the suburbs? Not really, bro, because parents are competitive as hell. So they got tutors and they got people, people that help your kids get through college. We've seen this through the scandal of people finding these advisors to help their kid get into college. Yeah, you got to be super duper frugal, a penny pincher to survive the suburbs because, they get a new lease. Keeping up with the Joneses, your kids' activities, sports. I remember this in the suburbs where club basketball, all right, if you want to get into club sports and you want your kids to play varsity, typically that high school will have a feeder program, which is going to be the club team. Typically, either the players in the high school or the lower level coaches coach the club organization, or parents that have players at the high school will coach the club team. And what'll happen is, in order for you to think that your kid's going to make 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade basketball, unless they're a star or they have a crazy growth spurt, your kid's going to need to play club basketball or club baseball or club volleyball, or they're going to need to be on the club team, because the club team is an extension, a feeder program of the high school. Now, what parents will do in middle to lower economic programs is they'll just put them on any league. Go to the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club, and they'll put them in that league. And then what happens is when that kid gets to 8th and 9th grade, they'll get cut on the team. They'll get cut from the high school team. And you'll be like, what happened? Sometimes it's even the junior high school team. In my area, you were getting cut from the junior high school team if you weren't on the club team. Right? You weren't even making the team. But what happened was parents were thinking junior high school ball was like intramural. All right. It was like YMCA extended. So their kids never play club ball. They play YMCA Boys and Girls Club ball. And they came out and they got cut first goddamn day. Then when you looked at the roster, it was pretty much everybody that was on the club team. All right. So it was the club team and then a couple of extra players that were on the middle school team. All right. Then when you get to high school, a couple people that were never played club got on the team, but they were super duper athletes. They were tall. All right. The coach recruited them. So what happens is the parents were like, this isn't fair. All right. These kids wanted to get an experience on learning how to play basketball, but nah, bro, this is competitive. So the middle school wants to win a championship, in which my son's middle school team won the championship. It was great, but it was pretty much the club team, right? Plus 2 extra players. And then what happened? Those players got recruited to the club team. So the players that were on the middle school that were super tall that came in and were like, oh, we'll pick you. Eventually they start playing on the club team. AKA, this is how more money gets out of your pocket, because then the club team has extra training sessions. You got to pay to go to the games. You got to go. They're traveling an hour or 2 away on a weekend, hotel. They're playing the game in Atlanta. You got to fly. All right. Also, these club players have trainers, okay? Weight trainers, strength trainers, agility trainers. And that's all before you get to 7th grade, okay? That's all before you get to 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. And you're like, what the fuck's going on? Just for your kid to get out there on the field. So if your kid's marginal already and you know, okay, he's going to be short or he's a marginal athlete, you better get up in there, all right? Or else your kid's going to be sitting out from middle school, high school, freshman, sophomore, junior varsity, and varsity. All right, so that's where the suburbs really, really get you, because then you're trying to do it. Otherwise, you just have to say, well, kid, forget about it, all right? Forget your hoop dreams. Forget your dreams of playing lacrosse and soccer. Forget your dreams of playing baseball and football. All right, forget it. All right, and you got to tell him to forget that dream in the 4th grade, because you're not going to invest. You certainly aren't waking up for 6 o'clock in the morning practices to drop little Kenny off, because you guys got an equal partnership. Who's going to take the kid to practice at 6 in the morning? And you're going to be like, why do they practice at 6 in the morning? Well, the freshmen, the 7th grade team, the 8th grade team, the freshmen, the junior varsity, the varsity team on the boys and girls side need gym time after school. So the only time you're practicing is 6 in the morning. And you're going to have to take your kid to practice at 6 in the morning. Okay. So on the club team or the 7th, 8th grade team, you're going to be at 6 in the morning. So sometimes the parents get this idea that they're both working, and you will find that they're leaving the kids in a lurch. And they'll be like, well, kid, we'll get you on another team. We'll do this. You don't have to play this, and we don't have to play that game, and we'll petition the principal and the athletic director. Okay. All right. Okay. Soon as the coach make that lineup, and they're going to be like, they're playing favoritism. They're putting the club players priority over the regular high school students. It gets sticky, bro. And it's year around. Don't let your kids play multiple sports. It's year around. So this is how the suburbs get you. So this is when people say, how can 300K be paycheck to paycheck? You can see clearly how. I just gave you an example just with 1 or 2 kids. And don't let your kids play cheerleading, dance, right here. Don't let them do no sport like that where it's $6,000 a year. Yep, my daughter did high school cheerleading. $6,000 for the year. That was the high school team. And then the high school team had a club team that they was highly competitive doing that motherfucking shit you see on ESPN. All right, where they were like, we're going to Orlando, Florida. I was like, what? From California? Okay. Don't let them play in the band. All right. All right. Don't let them do any of that. You got to get a trombone. You're like, kid, could you play the flute? You got to play this big ass goddamn trombone. So they're going to find a way to get to your pockets. Even if you're a meister, a frugal guy, I just won't pay. I'll just won't pay. All right. In the suburbs, you can't play that game. All right. Because you're going to get eaten alive and your kid's going to then be huffing fumes and Nas in the garage after school. A miser. Your kid's going to end up huffing Nas after school because they ain't going to have no activities. They're going to be off every team, off every band, because you won't get up off your ass and get up at 5 a.m. to take your kid to practice and pick them up after that so they can get ready for school and get the breakfast and then back to school and then back to their tutor, right? And don't tell them they got a driver's license and a bike. I'm telling you, man, they're going to find a way to get that goddamn money off of you. You better boss up out here, bro, or just stay single, all right? Stay single. You can do that, bro, all right?
You better boss up, nigga.
All right, they're gonna find a way to get that money. So I see how people can make that amount of money and still feel like, damn. All right, damn. All right, here we go right here. We got last one here. Again, boss up. I've been talking about this quite a bit. Here we go right here. There's one nigga telling me, you don't have to do all that. Okay, you don't. But now your kid's fat and getting bullied every day. Go ahead. Now your kids playing video games all day when they get home from school at 2:30 and you're not getting home till 6 or 7 that night. Now your daughter's fucking the neighbor. All right. Okay. Keep playing that game. All right. But fuck you, boss up. Studies confirm we need at least 7 vacations a year to reduce the risk of stress and depression. Another CGA dub here. I've been telling you this, but we'll take a look at it. All right, a lot of people, and I made a video about this, and niggas lost their mind. All right, when I say niggas, I mean all people. But people will say 2 vacations is enough. Guys, man, look, the point of vacation is to recreate, which is recreation. That reduces stress, and you don't realize you'll be at 5 years straight, no vacation, 10 years straight, no vacation, and you wonder why you're depressed, stressed out, and this. But of course, people are going to say, I don't have the money. Of course. Okay. Of course, you don't have the money. That's going to be the problem. This is why we say you better boss up out here. Y'all want to chase hoes.
You better boss up, nigga.
Studies show that taking at least 7 vacations per year can significantly lower stress and reduce the risk of depression by up to 30%. Frequent breaks recharge mental health, boosts mood through novelty and relaxation, and prevent burnout with even short getaways. Again, I've suggested this in my book, The Free Agent Lifestyle. Improve sleep and productivity upon return. Researchers from the University of Pittsburgh and others found that people who vacation regularly report high life satisfaction and lower cortisol levels. All right. And of course, guess what? All right. We got the brokies are in here. All right. But what about money? Again,
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
all right. Now watch this. I said this the other day, and I've been saying this for a long time. Look. There's 4 seasons. You need at least 4 vacations. All right. And then you would add 1 on top of that just to have 2 in one season, like the summer. All right. You would have that. But you don't have to go international. You don't need a passport, especially in the United States. You can take a staycation. Okay. You could take a staycation. You could just drive. Like when I was in Newport Beach, I would just go down and go to Laguna Beach. All right. It's not that difficult. And I would get a hotel room over there and have an expensive staycation. And that was plenty enough. All right. Then you go down to it. You can go from New Orleans to Shreveport. You can go to Chicago to Milwaukee, Milwaukee to Chicago, Milwaukee to Wisconsin Dells. You can go from Dallas to Houston. You can go from Houston to New Orleans. All right. There's a lot of things you can do. But what I've often said is that when you're going to do this, you're going to practice good habits. You're going to probably try to say, I need to pursue more money because I like the fact how I came back from the vacation, how it made me feel to be there, how it de-stressed me. And overall, I need to make this a part of my life. This is why you boss up. All right. Yep. You can go from Orange County to San Diego, hour-and-a-half drive. That's what I would do. Go down to San Diego, stay a weekend, bring my JUCO with me, stay at the Gas Lamp District. Felt like I got away, sat in a hotel room, and then I went back home. Okay. So, this will make you boss up. You can be like, okay, what does it take for me to do this often in order to prevent what people are going through? Most people that you see that are going crazy, that are depressed, like this says, they're fat and overweight, is they don't get out. They're on vacation. And again, you want me to solve your problem as to how you can afford it? Well, let me tell you, man, we have the money mindset for that.
Boss up, nigga.
People literally will contract. All right. People think contraction is survival. Well, I'll do less of this. I'll spend less on that. This is not survival. You're going to get eaten alive. All right. I'll boycott this. We'll have a revolution for that. These are people that don't want to boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
And as the previous article said, no matter how much money you make, sometimes it's still going to feel like it's tight. All right. Like an Asian poon. It's tight like Asian poon out here. All right. So speaking of Asian poon, there's a woman right there. All right. They got a ling ling right there. All right. They know what time it is. Go see some ling lings out here. That's what they're trying to tell you subliminally.
What kind of fuck you give me?
They're trying to tell you subliminally, you go see some ling lings. All right. So, and by the way, let me add one more thing to this one. Going to see your family is not a vacation. All right. And I wrote about that in the book. Going to see your family is not a vacation. So if you go to a family reunion, or you see your family seasonally, or your parents visit you, or you go to visit your parents, you take your kids to go see the grandparents, that is not a vacation. All right. Whoever tells me or tells you that's a vacation, that is not a vacation. Typically, it is centered around work, right? When you get there, there's work. When you get to your parents' house, you got to feel like you got to clean the garage, or, do things for your elderly parents, or your parents want you to help with their business. You're not relaxing. The women are helping cook in the kitchen. The men are helping rake the yard, right? You start feeling like you need to help. All right. Or there's deep conversations and catching up. All right. There's really no relaxing. All right. You're staying in some little shitty bedroom they put up for you as a guest, right? You're not getting a massage or the spa treatment, or you're not getting to relax or go on an excursion. You're sitting in the house talking, especially amongst Black people. It's smelling like cigarette smoke and grease. All right. That's not a vacation. So going to see your family is not count as a vacation. You do have to make time for this, because you do want to reconnect with your people. And if you have a girlfriend or a wife, certainly she's going to want to include her family, especially if she's Mexican. Okay. You're not getting a Mexican not to see her family. All right. If you guys love Latinas, because I hear niggas all the time, I love Latinas. You cannot separate these Latinas from their family. Even if they hate their family, family's going to be a part of everything. Quinceañeras, all right, all kind of siestas and fiestas, all kind of reasons to celebrate in a little ass yard. All right, with a chihuahua going crazy and some pit bulls. All right, and loud ass music. You're not separating a Latina from her family. All right, that is like you're asking this Latina to basically just commit self-deletion. All right, by doing that. Or a Filipina, yes, or a C Mexican. So, you guys want to date interracially. You guys realize a C Mexican, Filipina, and a Latina, these women are connected to their families, their cousins, their nieces, all of that. You're not separating them. All right. So you can separate a white woman and a Black woman for their family and distance themselves somewhat. All right. Somewhat. But Black women don't have fathers. You're not going to, you could simply separate them because their family's already broken already. But the Latina family and the Filipina family, no. All right. So that means you're going to go on vacations just to go see these people, and you're going to go sit in a hot fucking house with no air conditioning and a ceiling fan going like this with a whole bunch of tortillas and abuelas cooking up a storm in there. It's 135 degrees in there, and they won't crack a fucking window. All right. So this is the truth. And you're going to do that a couple times a year. All right. And don't let them have family in Mexico, because you're going to some little ass village. You better speak some Spanish when you get there, because nobody knows English. All right. Anyway, fuck you, boss up. It's here.
Boss up, nigga.
All right. It's time to boss up. If the people that don't want to boss up, they want to make excuses, it ain't. But you're going to have a lot of fun. And it's going to be sweltering in El Paso, Texas. All right. They're going to have a summer party in El Paso. It's crazy. Yo, anyway, shout out to my Mexicans in El Paso. It's going to be a party. All right. And somebody's going to get drunk. Uncle Tio is going to get mad drunk. All right. But there's going to be some fantastic street tacos and carne asada. All right. Yes, it is. All right. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a good party, but you're going to smell. All right. So take a shower or two. And don't let the essay show up. All right. So anyway, we get everybody on this show. Let me get these super chats. How about we do that? And learn to speak Spanish, because if you're not of the Mexican descent, they're going to talk shit about you the whole time. All right. So learn what mayate is. What is a mayate? All right. They're going to call you all kind of cockroaches and negros and all kind of shit. So you better know. Why do they keep saying mayate to me? This is interesting. All right, but anyway. And do not stand around and let people circle around you, especially their cousins and shit. All right, anyway. Why does it keep saying mayate over here? This is crazy. What is a mayate? Is that me? Oh, they talking about me. Oh, they've been talking about me for about an hour. All right. Even the abuela's talking shit about me. All right. Anyway. Look. Eres un negro. Pinche cabrón. Mayate. Si se puede. All right. Anyway. All right. What are we doing here? Shout out to Eric Scott Sermon in the building. We are here. Shout out to our brother Sean Johnson says donation. Our brother Ashley Davis, a legendary Coach Gang member. He says, have a great weekend, Coach. Free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to you, man. We are here. Chinga tu madre. Oh, okay. Yeah, that too. All right. Shout out to Ashley Davis is in the building, and that's our brother. He says, Joshua Moon says, she said I could climb up there. I just don't. Oh, no, she didn't. No, she didn't. Shout out to Preston says, you know, that thing stanking. Ooh, you know that thing is funky. Funky. Shout out to Hustle Every Day Thursday show. Masterclass Coach is that one of one. All right. Not many people can do it just like that. Andre the Giant got 80K liquid and is debt free. All right. Debt free. Cara de pedo. All right. Some of your girlfriends, Cara de pedo. Shout out to our brother No Government Name BH for contributing up over there. Shout out to Neon Dion says, was that your milk dud head at the green door in Vegas? Coach is a nasty boy. What green door? All right, what green door? I didn't know what green door are you talking about? All right, let me see here.
What that mean?
What green door? I don't know what green door you're talking about. All right, but I don't know. Where was there some nasty shit going on? Jay McGee says, am I the bad guy for being tired of stimulating her mind? Hit me with the Bernie Sanders. Shout out to you, man. Where's the Bernie?
You can talk about me all the fuck you want. I don't give a fuck. I got mine, goddammit. You better hustle and get yours.
No, that wasn't me. I see what the green door is. Where is it? A brothel? It wasn't me. All right, let me see what that is. Oh, I see. All right, that wasn't me. All right, I see what it is, but I wasn't there. I was somewhere else. All right, but I wasn't there. Shout out to you. Shout out to Jay McGee. Is it tired of stimulating her mind? Yes, man. Look, you know, women aren't free. Women are free. Shout out to Kirby says, all love, Coach. You know I'm your resident Pinot. Coach Gang, he says, and there is an island called Negros, my home island. Visit if you can. How far is it away from Angeles City? All right, anyway. All right, I don't know. The shout out to the Philippines, many islands. I'm having trouble planning that leg of the trip because my third leg is going to be going crazy out there. But there's so many islands, and not a lot of people can transport themselves around that little. How many islands in the Philippines? Just so we can see here. How many islands in the Philippines. They heard me. It's 7,641 islands. All right. It is not the best way to get around that island there. You're going to need a boat. You're going to need one of them jeepneys. All right. You're going to need something to get around this motherfucker. All right. But that's a lot of them. So I've narrowed it down to 3 places that I'm going to go to. And most of these places is yes. Anyway. But not a lot of, even if you're talking to women beforehand, they can't just get over to you because they ain't got no transportation themselves. All right. So how they going to get to you? They're going to take 3 hours in the jeepney to get over to your ass. A tuk ain't going to do it. And you can't just be like, I'll drive to you. I'll Uber you. I mean, you ain't, you know what I mean? They're going to need to get on a ferry and shit. In some areas you don't want to go to at all. What area did you tell me to go to? Negros in the Philippines. All right. They're listening to me. All right. So where is this at? All right. Let me see if I can get it here poked up. I see it. That's the whole island. It's a pretty big island there. It's a pretty big island. All right. It's all really closer to Cebu City. So it's a little far away from Manila, bro. That's pretty. I don't know if I'm going to go there. I'm going to need to spend a month over there, which I possibly could at some point, maybe next year, spend a whole month over there. And if I do spend a month over there, you might not never see me here.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Might not ever see me again if I get up over there. But I'm going to price a lot of guys out when I get over there. All right. Whatever island I'm not going to go to is where that Muslim island is, where that nigga disappeared. That white guy disappeared. I'm not going to go there. All right, so yeah, I'm planning to be mainly on the what probably would be called the main island, if you will, because I don't have that long to run through all them peanuts. All right, but there's a lot of peanuts that are in the whole. I mean, they can't even get around, bro. It's crazy anyway. Where are we at here in this show? Thank you for our Pinoys. Pinoys is in the building. Kirby's our resident Pinoy, giving me the indication of what's going on. Shout out to y'all out there. We got DGC Moore says, he says, Coach, these ninjas and lukewarm Christians are diabolical. They all want pure, untouched women and can't give a female $50 a week for coffee. He says these Christian guys want pure women. In the Bible, Boaz married Ruth, and she was a widower. I thought men of God look past the impure. We're going to talk about that later. Okay? We're going to talk about that later, guys. Like, guys are out here with this mythical fantasy that they're going to find a pure woman. Like, this is where they are, the trad-cons come in. Most trad-cons marry skeezers, reformed skeezers, repackaged skeezers and single moms. Let's get it straight. Unless they marry their girl young, these lukewarm Christian conservative. Look at that one dude that got shot, Charlie Kirk. He married that one woman. She running around here in leather pants, all right, in Mississippi at the Ku Klux Klan rally that they had the other day. I'm sorry, the Turning Point USA. Right, white people don't get mad. Look at the conservatives leaving. All right, but she walking around here, a beauty pageant winner, ass all out on the stage in a bikini in front of Donald Trump. Like, this is crazy. Like, this can't happen. This can't happen. But all of these so-called Christian conservative, they marry skeezers. That's who they marry. Single moms and repackaged whores. All right. But that's neither here nor there, unless they marry them young. Like, if you marry them young and y'all went to Sunday school together and you rolled up together and you went to the University of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and y'all been together doing Bible study all through college campus from freshman to senior year, right? Okay, yeah. That's not that many people, though. That's like 20%, 30%. The conservatives are dipping on that one. The Mississippi Ku Klux Klan Turning Point USA meeting. I'm sorry. It wasn't a KKK meeting. It was... But there was no niggas in there. Maybe ABL was in there. ABL got 2 shots fired on him on 2 consecutive days. I owe him a super chat. And Erica Kirk is older than him. Yeah, bro, see? Look. Look, it only makes sense. Like anyway. All right, I don't even want to get involved in that. It's still too early, but stop. It's all a myth, guys. You guys are chasing a myth. And I know people a long time. Y'all chasing a myth. I'm gonna marry a okay. Shout out to our brother here. It is KD. Quick is the name. Shout out to KD. He says, I'm a public school assistant principal looking to transition into the private sector. I'm considering getting a human resources certification and starting an AI contractor position as a side business. This day-to-day is a drain on my brain. Thank you for the motivation. Shout out to you. All right. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, day-to-day. When people don't listen, I always try to say this, and I don't mean to take shots at people's profession and job shame you. All right. You could shame my job all day long. But doing corporate and living in the public sector, you're literally not yourself. You're acting. And you don't realize how long you're keeping up this act. It is time consuming. It is burdensome. It is mentally draining. This is why it's hard to have a side hustle when you're doing this, because people will say, just get a side hustle, but you're mentally drained. You're acting. You got to stand up and keep your posture straight. You can't slump and relax. There's always some bullshit coming your way. You always got a glad hand and, shake a hand and shuffle. You got to speak in your corporate lingo. Well, what I'm saying is, if we continue to do this and judge this by the barometer based on the manual that was presented, therefore thou forthwitheth. Right. Well, hi, how are you? How was your weekend? Oh my God. Good to see you, man. My weekend was very good, as a matter of fact. And you're going to have this conversation 15 times. As a matter of fact, I was watching the Cowboy game again, and boy, do they suck. I mean, boy, are they terrible. Man, maybe next year. All right. So what are we doing? Oh, there's an executive meeting. All right. The board is meeting. Very good right here. Oh, the corporate's going to be here. Corporate's coming in. All right. So we got to act really good. Hi, Tom. Good to see you again. Oh, you know what? Let's put that on the agenda and we'll circle back for that next week. All right, that's great. Oh, we have donuts. Wow, I really love the powder donuts. They put a lot of powder on with the raspberry filling. These are so fulfilling. Oh boy, if I do well, we're gonna have a pizza party. Oh, it's Casual Friday. We're gonna wear our Hawaiian shirts today. All right, wow. Therefore, all right, I'll shoot you an email and I'll go ahead and report that. I'll send you a read receipt and I'll just go ahead and update my calendar. I'll have my executive assistant contact you with this one. Thank you for your concerns. Oh, I have a 2 o'clock. All right, go ahead. We got to adjourn this meeting. I have a 2 o'clock. Right. Right, dude. Did you get home? You like, fuck. Shit. Man, you like, man, shoot me. Somebody come in the meeting and they doing all kind of passive aggressive attacks. All right, I was looking at my documentation and what it is was on January 2nd, 2011, I sent an email and you got the read receipt right here. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to contact my attorney because the union said, I talked to the union supervisor and the managerial supervisor of the union reported back to me and he sent on paragraph 3, line D. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, per our last email. All right. I just do want to reference. If you go down to page 13, all right, line item D, all right, on checkpoint 12. Oh my Jesus Christ, bro. I'm not even paying attention, man. So you got to do this for 9 hours a day, sometimes overtime, 5 days a week, sometimes a Saturday, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year. Imagine you don't go on vacation in the middle of that. You ready to go. But of course, you're not a slave either. You're not a slave. I'm free, coach. There's no slavery. Okay. All right. Keep thinking that. Keep thinking that. You out here like a robot. And you wonder why AI is going to replace you goofy ass motherfuckers. AI can easily replace you goofy ass niggas, and they will never be tired. All right. Anyway. Yep. For 40 years straight and still can't retire. Now you're going to be handing out motherfucking coupons at Walmart at the end of the day. You wonder why people snap. And then you see the same people over and over and over again. Same conversation. Hi, Sally. Sally, the fat secretary, the white bitch with the big titties that sometimes you be like, damn, I want to see Sally's titties. Am I really nasty for that? Sally, I like what you did with your hair. Oh, thank you very much. She a whole bot. The whole people that work there are bots. And then the young girls come in and they train them to be bots. Taking paper over here, filing it, all right, picking up something over here, walking over there, filling out labels. Like, all right, putting manila folders in file cabinets, A through H, I through J. Complete bots, bro. You wonder, hey, yo, AI gonna replace the fuck out of you people. None of you people got fucking job security. The young girl's coming in here. She's all dressed like she just had a shopping spree at Marshall's and shit. All right. And she's all dressed up trying to figure out how old bitch trying to train the young bitch to do bot shit. And she going to get completely sucked into this job thinking she has a job. All right. And you scared to scroll your phone. You be like this. All right. Let me go look at my phone. All right. Are you looking at your phone? No, I wasn't looking at my phone. No, I wasn't looking. Shit. You done ran out by Thursday. You done ran out of clean Marshall clothes. All right. All your Express clothes and your Marshalls and your H&M, all of that shit, you fresh the fuck out. So now you like, what am I going to wear to work? What the fuck am I going to wear to work? You all the way in the back of your closet picking out Dockers. All right. And penny loafers. And collar shirts and shit. TJ Maxx, you out here. You trying to go in the back of the closet. You can't wear your fresh Versace to work. You can't wear your fresh shit. You can't wear no shit with no holes in it. You like, God damn. You out there trying to iron the shirt, throwing it in the dryer before you leave, hoping that shit get 5 good minutes to unwrinkle your motherfucking shirt. All right, you got to put it on, button your shit up, come in there. Hi, how are you? Put your fucking glasses on. All right, here we go right here. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here for work. Oh, I forgot to take out my earrings. Ass Nick. All right, let me stop. Shout out to my corporate workers out here. All right, appreciate y'all for letting me shit on y'all today. Jersey Rap says the corporate game is no joke down here in Florida. He says swinging is so big at the management and director level. He says that I had to learn that seeing a man's wife linking with another man around town is par for the course, and airing it out can actually get you blackmail from certain positions. Absolutely. That's the thing about the suburbs, gated community suburbs, C-suite executives, managers, directors, they swing. They do pineapples. They swing. When they say, oh, you know, me and Trixie and Ricky are going to go to a vacation with X, Y, and Z, these couples, they swinging. There's a high chance they're swinging and swapping wives. Now, when you get in there, they gotta ensure that you're not going to snitch. All right. Because if you snitch on them and be like, damn, these white people getting freaky. And then you snitch on them and you say them bitches are swing. And then now you're getting fired. Okay. Blackmailed at the job. They're going to find a way. They don't want to tell you her 45-year-old wife, soccer mom, getting fucked by some nigga in Mexico. All right. All right. They don't want to tell you that. DG Seymour says, I have peers who make $300K annually and they are struggling. They live in a $1 million home, GMC, SUV, and a Tesla. Kids have swimming lessons, an equestrian, stay-at-home wife, and they are cooked financially, stressed out. $300K today is not like it was 10 years ago. Shout out to DG Seymour. This is an absolute fact. In fact, most people in the suburbs don't make more than that, $300K. That probably might be the high point. All right, that might be as much as they make. They ain't getting higher than that. And then Larry C says, shout out to Coach for the math was mathing. Give yourself a victory lap again. Thank you for the quick maths. All right, there. I'm getting more confident in my math. He says, doing calculations on the spot is hard and high pressure. Pause. You nailed it. He says, boss up 2026. In effect, shout out to Larry C. And he says, why is Dracula being better, smarter at night? It's when he thinks outside the box. Price is wrong. All right, shout out to you right there. Oh, man. Okay, so what are we doing here? Thank you, Larry C., for the dad jokes and the quick math and the confidence. Let's get to It's an Evil World We Live In, and then the main event coming that after we do the super chats here. Let's get the sound effect going here.
It's an evil world we live in.
All right. It's an evil world we live in. We have a guy out here that did not have the stomach. Death by simp, gentlemen. This is kind of crime and law CGA, but we'll just include it over here. This is reported 3 days ago, and we have a 23-year-old man that's in jail with no bail, apparently. It says, man hid in ex-girlfriend's closet to surprise her with flowers, then deleted the new boyfriend she came home with. Yep, he didn't have the stomach. Okay.
Do you have the stomach?
All right. Yes, she had a new boyfriend. A 23-year-old man in Texas is accused of hiding in his ex-girlfriend's home while she was out and then deleting her new boyfriend when the couple returned home to their residence. All right.
Here's William.
Again, man, you guys talk about love. His name is Shatik Deshaun Wilson. Shatik Deshaun Wilson. All right, what is that? Shatik. His name is Shatik Deshaun.
Nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit.
All right, Shatik Deshaun Williams was taken into custody over the weekend and charged with 1 count of deletion in the slaying of 35-year-old Noel Denzel Miller. Oh, no.
I got money.
Oh, man. Wow, there's a layers to this story. Holy shit. So that is the JUCO. Oh, no. So you already know the girlfriend had to be young. Came home with an older man fixing that bind.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
Oh, no. Okay, it says right there he deleted the 35-year-old in the morning, early morning hours of Sunday. Deputies at the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, is that near San Antonio, responded to a report of a shooting at a residence in this address that I don't care about. That's 265 miles southwest of Dallas. Upon arriving, first responders located the victim, later identified as Miller, laying on a bed in the upstairs stairs, suffering for what appears to be multiple gunshots. That's according to the San Antonio Express News. He was pronounced dead at the scene. The girlfriend, who is not being identified. Now, the boyfriend, let's just get this straight. The boyfriend is 23 years old. So we can pretty much assume that the girlfriend is around a similar age.
Do you have the stomach?
All right. Now, we can probably say there's a possibility that the girlfriend is older than him, but highly unlikely.
Do you have the stomach?
All right, highly unlikely. I'm just going to assume that the girlfriend is near his age, the shooter's age, but they haven't revealed who it is. It says right here, she told investigators that she and Miller had gone out for the evening and returned at 2 a.m. Sunday morning. While the woman went to the bathroom to take a shower, Miller reportedly went to the laundry room to retrieve some clothes.
Do you have the stomach?
All right, so them cheeks was clapped. All right, she left that part out. She got her cheeks clapped. He was in the closet watching and listening to her getting her cheeks clapped. Because she got home, they fucked. He's retrieving his clothes. She's in the shower. That sounds like an after sex scene. All right, it says right there, a short while later, the woman said, all right, why did this do that? A short while later, the woman said she was startled by the sound of several gunshots. She ran into the bedroom and found the injured Miller on the bed. In the doorway, she saw Wilson, whom she identified was her ex-boyfriend, holding a black handgun. Wilson reportedly said, something about the woman playing games with him before taking off downstairs with her cell phone. Oh, man. Woo! Death by simp.
Do you have the stomach?
Okay. All right. So, yeah, let me just tell you, this is an ex-girlfriend, but this probably is a recent breakup. So he thought she was going to be at home twiddling her thumbs. All right. But he realized she was getting her buying fix, or she had moved on with another guy, or that guy was a previous guy in her in a relationship. Like, he probably knew the guy, probably worked together. There's a lot of probablys here, but we're seeing what happened. He thought that they had a possibility of reconnecting, and she was just waiting and making chicken noodle soup. Nah, she was getting her fucking cheeks clapped. All right.
Do you have the stomach?
And that's what they do. That's what they do. It says right here, took off with her cell phone, and the woman pleaded for Wilson to return the phone so she could call 911. He allegedly threw her phone back upstairs and told her not to tell on him. Wilson then fled the home on foot. Run, nigga, run. It says the woman said her ex likely fled to a friend's house on the 800 block of Chestnut Manor, about a mile away from her home. Authorities located him at the address and took him into custody. And it says right here, in an interview with the detectives, Wilson allegedly admitted to shooting Miller, but asserted it was self-defense, claiming Miller pointed a gun at him. Per the report, Miller said he got to his ex-girlfriend's house at about 1 a.m., planning to surprise her with gifts of flowers, money, and cocaine.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
Wow. It says when he found she wasn't home, he said he snuck in and hid in the closet to await her arrival. When she got home with Miller, Wilson said he tried to sneak back out of the house, but claimed Miller spotted him and pointed a gun. Wilson stated that he only fired his firearm at Miller because Miller had pointed a gun at him, claiming he shot Miller in self-defense. As he fled the scene, Wilson said he jumped over multiple fences, run, nigga, run, and discarded the firearm. Inside the house, investigators said they found multiple fired cartridge casings of what appeared to be bullet holes. But Wilson is currently held in the Baxter County Jail on $300K bond, records show. It is not immediately clear whether he is scheduled to make his next court appearance. Here's the problem, though. You know, crime and law style. Where's the other guy's firearm? Now, the police have been making this accusation for quite a long time. I shot that black guy because he pointed a firearm at me. Then they show that the guy doesn't have a firearm. So he's using the same police tactic to say, well, he had a gun. All right, but he probably going to get the death penalty because Texas don't play when it comes to this right here. So that's interesting, man. Wow, what a shit show. But guys, also, here's another one. Never go to a girl's house. Johnny 5, stay alive. I would never go to a girl's house, especially to get a buying fix. All right, I'm not doing any in calls. No in calls. All right. Also, you have drugs involved, so both of these people are addicts, more than likely. So hence why they're up late in the day. Why are you up late again? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock? Niggas, go to sleep. Go to sleep. There are all kind of violations here. You got a violation here. You got a woman on the dark side, JUCO, playing both guys against each other and multiple guys. You got a guy older going to a house of a young girl. He probably is in a relationship or married, the victim here, because he's going to a young girl's house. Why are you 35 going to a young girl's house in her 20s? Why? No in calls. No, fuck that. Nigga standing there. The boyfriend might have been pimping her out. I mean, there's so many might happens here going on here, and the guy's coming with flowers, money, and coca, hiding in the closet at 1, sneaking into her house. No, this is why you don't go to girl's house. Okay, I don't go to girl's house. This is why y'all niggas need to boss up and go get you your own property. This is crazy. This is insanity. All right, go to sleep. All right, we have a woman that is asked, would she accept a 50-50 relationship? Let's go ahead and take a look at her. And yes, she is of the Ling variety. So here it is right here. Let me go ahead and pull this up here about 50-50 relationships. There you see her on the screen. Would you accept the 50-50 relationship? And take a look here, ladies and gentlemen. Wowzers, the plump time. All right, the plump Ling time. All right, man almighty. All right, good God almighty. This is going to be certainly a nasty nut. All right, this is, and there's all kind of spot. I can see spots on the titties from here. So you already know there's spots all over this. This is a spotted. All right, so this woman is asked, does she want a 50-50 relationship? Here we go.
Believe in like 50-50 or more where the man provides?
That's a good question. I get asked that a lot.
You do?
I do. I believe in 50-50, but I don't believe in it for the first date.
Okay.
I also believe that you have to earn 50-50 for me.
I got you.
For me. So like, if you're a person who I think is worth doing that for, then like, I will do that. But if you're someone that is like a jerk, like I'm not going 50-50.
Should the woman still be expected to like clean the house and cook and do all those traditional things or not?
I believe it is a woman's job to do that. I feel like it, not even just for like your man, but for yourself and your household.
Yeah.
The household you want to have. I think that cleaning is a very universal thing.
Yeah.
So, and just for me, like it's my favorite thing to do, to take care of like my beloved. A woman's duties are to kind of uphold a household.
Yeah.
I also believe that if you don't have the proper mechanics to uphold a household, then like that household is not going to stand.
All right.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right. So, what do you think? Is she Korean or Chinese? I can't really tell. All right. That's definitely a thinkling right there, boy. That's 2 tons of. I guarantee you, she's not even over 5'3". She might be close to 5'5". That's probably a small. That's definitely about 225 pounds of ling. All right. She definitely looks Korean. All right. Koreans can tend to become a plump. All right. I don't know what it is. Koreans can be plump. All right, Filipinas can plump up when you cook them too. All right, don't let her get lazy on you. They'll plump up when you cook them. All right, but basically interesting. I know we were distracted by the sight of those big jumbo jalopies there. All right, and the brothers are in here starving.
Yeah, that brother's
like
starving.
Marvin. Now, here's the thing about this, and Passport Bros have been getting criticized by this. Shout out to Sunshine Shoulders. If you don't watch him. He is a guy that lives in the Philippines, and he's a very good OG older guy, and he has a Filipino wife. He's been reporting, and this is certainly the case even when I travel around the world, that he says men are coming over here or going over to where he is, and he's noticing they're getting 5s and 6s. They're getting fat women and old women. They're going over there with their passport all the way over there, 3,000 and 80,000, 6,000 miles away to get old, fat, or young, fat, chunky 5s and 6s. Now, the funny part about it is that the idea originally was to go over there to get submissive, highly attractive wives, right? You're going over there to get women that will be constituted as models. All right, but he's also saying that guys are going over there to get women that they could have got over here. Well, you could get them over here, but they got attitude, the condescending Korean chick here. All right. But, you know, because now she's got the attitude like, I'm not going 50-50 with no jerk. Well, you could go get her over there for $15 a month and some rice. All right. But yeah, that's being reported because, you know, people have taken over. You have Instagram and social media, even OnlyFans over in these areas as well. So the top-notch women are just rising to the top 100%. All right, but there she goes right there. You could definitely, you know, treat this woman right if you want to. She wants to be treated right. And then if you treat her right, she said,
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right. All right. If she's over in Korea or Tokyo somewhere, Godzilla, she'll treat you right. That is a full figure woman. And wowzers, why is her shirt collar so low? She's stretching the hell out of these shirts right here, man. Bro.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right. Look at that neck. All right, boy, oh boy. I have bedded women like this. I'm not gonna lie. All right. But I have exacting standards now. All right. Listen, I can't be caught in broad day because y'all be recognizing me in public, bro. All right. I went out yesterday. I had spent all day editing and I went out. I was like, let me go get something to eat before I go put some thumb up some girl's butt at the club tonight. All right. Then I went and the brother recognized me right away, man. And shout out to him. I didn't forgot your name, but he paid for my tacos. All right. Shout out to you. He bought me cheap tacos. All right, so shout out to that brother, man. Bumped into him. Y'all be recognizing me in public. So last thing I want y'all to do is catch me in broad day with this Piston Honda. All right, anyway. Catch me with a broad shoulder Sea Mexican. Nah. Not I. All right, I can't get caught because you know how y'all gonna do me if I get caught. All right. you know what y'all gonna do on the internet if y'all get me out here caught with this big woman. All right. So y'all be like, Coach, man, ain't nothing wrong with a big woman. And then guess what? Y'all catch me out in this motherfucker outside. Okay. You catch me out here with this, y'all gonna take all kind of pictures and videos. Look at this nigga. Look at this little nigga. All right, with this big jumbo Godzilla looking woman, all right, that don't want to go. Y'all will be on my neck. If I was in the Philippines and y'all caught me over here in South Korea with this, y'all will be on my neck. All right, y'all will never let me forget it, bro. They will be on my ass. So I can't be out here, ladies, just so you guys know, the ladies that I have in my rotation that are these women, I can't take you outside. I can't take you on vacation. Godzilla. All right. Y'all will be, dude, this would be the lead story on everybody's Manosphere page. They would be like, yeah, nigga, we got you. All right, it is. All right, but by the way, she said she is not going, you have to earn 50-50, which is not a lot of people will talk about that. I want you to see this right here. You have to earn her 50-50. All right, I'm actually curious as to
what that mean.
Like I say, you have to earn my love. You have to earn my monogamy. I say the same thing. You got to earn my monogamy. I'm just not going to give up my hoes. So what is earning 50-50?
A person who I think is worth doing that for. I believe in 50-50, but I don't believe in it for the first date.
Okay.
I also believe that you have to earn 50-50 from me.
All right, so not on the first date. It's interesting how they like 50-50. So that's not 50-50. By definition, that's not 50-50. Because it's not. All right. I said this. 50-50 relationships are more like 75-25. Because if you include gifts and birthdays, and sometimes you got to go all out for her and flowers and dinners and planning dates and trips and vacations that you guys say you don't pay for box for, but there you go. All right. It's more like 75-25. Then it gets down to, well, a man, or if you were a real man, all right, then it gets down to this shit. Then it's like, well, I got to pay my bill and my credit card bill is due before yours. Then you put yours on the back burner. Now you got a 30-day hit on your credit because she got to pay her student loan. It's more like 75-25. There's not really any 50-50 relationships. The most 50-50 you're going to get, the closest is you might have 50-50 on disposable funds, disposable. But when you get to discretionary, it's not 50-50. So on disposable funds, when you talk about rent, electricity, and these things, you can split that down the middle. That will be 50-50. When you get to discretionary, gym memberships and spa treatments and birthdays and gifts and kids, it ain't even close. So it's more like 75-25. And I've actually been in, when I was going through a divorce, my ex-wife would swear up and down. It was funny as fuck to see her do it. She was funny. She would literally think we were paying the same amount for our kids. I was like, dude, I'm paying full tuition to tutoring. I'm paying the band fee. I'm paying for Kumon. I'm paying for club basketball. I pay for all this shit. And she will swear up and down it's right down the middle. Because she'll be like, we split the dentist bill. We split the medical bill. And so she'll be like, I took the kids to the dentist. You owe me $125. Like, that's her idea of 50-50. But I'm like, when it comes to extracurricular and discretionary funds, discretionary spending, it's never 50-50. And she'll pull out a spreadsheet. See, I paid this and you paid that. And I'm like, well, what about this? And what about that? No, that don't count. Well, that you chose to do that. I didn't choose to do that. You chose that. You chose to put them in tutoring. You're like, what? You chose to put them in Kumon. Wow, that's crazy. They will swear up and down to 50-50. So for men, 50-50 is a trap conversation. It only includes disposable. Okay, groceries, groceries, bills, rent. That's 50-50. And then you got to earn that. You got to earn that from this Yokozuna. Okay, why wouldn't I just earn that from somebody that ain't overweight and looking like they stuffed themselves full of soy sauce and rice? Why would I earn it from this? This is the big question of where then men don't realize when I tell you to boss up, you're going to have leverage. Because what'll happen is this woman will present herself in front of you, and then she'd be like, well, you look like a nice guy. You're established. Okay, you can earn my 50-50. Why the fuck will I do this? Why don't I just go pay a woman that's way more attractive? So then you will find that 85% of, damn near 90% of women are disqualified from you simply by bossing up. And then you'll look and go, I'll pay a highly attractive woman before I jump through hoops and hurdles for a regular woman and earn her 50-50. Even a broke guy won't pay 50-50 for this. So that's where she's going to be stuck. I worked this hard to split bills with this. I'm going to split bills with a bad bitch, even a better looking. Hell no. All right. No way. So this is where you figure out when you boss up and got leverage, you could just get way ahead of this and you'll never have to deal with this conversation. You'll never have to deal with this. You would laugh at her for coming at you to be like 50-50, please. Work for your 50-50? Why would I work for you in your 50-50? That's why they're gonna be single.
I do. I believe in 50-50, but I don't believe in it for the first date.
Okay.
I also believe that you have to earn 50-50 from me.
I have to earn 50. Please, I'll pay 100% of a bad bitch's bill before I pay 50-50 with this and work for it and be like, I'm hoping to work for it. Here's the first date, the second date, and I done paid the same amount for a bad bitch. All right, what? To get this big snuffleupagus shape looking ass. Sloppy jalopy, heavy Chevy. She got corns all on the top of her toes. Scars, battle scars, stretch marks. Hell no, bro. What the hell? There ain't no way in the world, bro. Tricking ain't easy. It's going to be the same amount of money and you're going to get a bad bitch. All right? Same amount of money. All right, this is crazy, bro. This is unbelievable, man. This is the unbelievable mindset, but it's the evil world we live in. How much time we got? Okay, we're breezing through it here. Who's a teacher here? We did have a brother that said he's a teacher assistant principal. Shout out to him, man, for running the schools. This guy says that male students are getting lapped by female students. Therefore, there should not be a gender pay gap. Okay. So let's see it here. And of course, we have a Duke shooter teacher. So this is straight out of the pit and hell of Atlanta, Georgia. More than likely, we do have the school here, but we're not here to point out the students. We have a Duke shooter, and a lot of schools are liberally oriented. A lot of the teachers there are Marxist, communist, progressive liberals that are looking to indoctrinate your kids into a loser mindset. This is why we call it the public school indoctrination camp. So let's see what he has to say here. He said female students are lapping the male students. Dr. Thunder, you would be interested in this. And then also saying there shouldn't be a gender pay gap. All right, so here we go.
This is just my experience. But having worked with K through 12th grade students, I'm talking about all grades, my female students are always leaps and bounds ahead of the boys. They usually learn quicker, they work harder, and they're always more mature. They're usually more helpful, and they're more prepared. So many times boys come into my classroom asking for pencils, and one of the girls, here you go, here you go, here you go. And knowing this, I'm still baffled at the fact that there's such a wealth gap in between men and women. It does not make sense. Anytime I ask my girl students to help me with something, they always get it right. And they go the extra mile. They usually help me. They're usually more calculated. They're more organized. They can do 2 or 3 things at one time and do it successfully. And I'm not putting one gender against the next. I'm just telling you my experience as a teacher. Them girls just work harder, man. And it's so sad because they will never get to experience their worth actually being offered to them. They will always have to be coming up the rear or being second fiddle to somebody that ain't nearly as smart as them, somebody that was privileged to get into the circle while they had to work 10 times harder just to get the bare minimum. It really saddens my heart as a teacher. This is just
chill, son. Hey, yo.
Well, this is a simple one, sir. First of all, we don't know what grade you're talking about. Okay, I don't know what grade you're talking about, but typically, I've been saying for a long time, of course, I say that all the time, men and women, young boys and girls should not be trained and schooled in the same environment. One serves the other one better. Women tend to be people pleaser and want to, they have the social pressure to perform and not be class clowns and lazy, especially at a younger age. As they get older, you might have that separate themselves by 8th, 9th, and 10th grade. But women depend on social acceptance, so they're not going to be unprepared typically unless they have ADHD or on drugs. They're not going to look like they're going to disrupt the class, and that class setting benefits women a little bit better. All right, they get to perform in front of each other, they get to show how smart they are, they get to be prepared and have their little pencil box and their loose leaf paper and their binder and their divider, and they can label all of this. This is definitely prepared. They sit down for hours, sitting on their rear ends, learning and copying and repeating back what the teacher said. You did good. Here's an apple for you. You did good. Here's a star. Here's a ribbon. This does benefit more the female work. Now, when you go to men tend to have less attention span, less willingness to sit in one place for a long period of time. All right, whether they're a good student or a bad student, they lose focus. They're distracted, depending on the age of the girls, distracted by the skin that these women are showing. They have all kind of reasons why this doesn't benefit them. Now, let's take it even further. You think because this woman can sharpen her pencils and carry a mechanical pencil and hand the boys and be prepared and hand the boys these, they deserve more money in the workforce. And that's false, because we know men do the dirty, dangerous jobs. Typically, men and women get paid on the risks you take. Women typically sit at jobs for 10 years and try to get promoted up, and that job is still sitting on her rear end, and she's getting bigger and bigger and eating and eating and eating and losing value. Sharpening pencils and taking notes and dictation and trying to play the good girl and I'm the angel, and you're sitting there not doing a dangerous job, where the men tend to have to take risks, risk life and limb, put their life on the line, climb high buildings, become innovative, start businesses, employ 50 people, inhale carcinogens, drive trucks, right, in traffic across country, drinking Mountain Dew and eating sunflower seeds all day away from their family. It's not that hard to figure out. Just because this bitch is organized, your little kid, girl, female students are organized, doesn't automatically translate into making more money. It translates into being an overqualified secretary, executive assistant, secretary, office manager, you name it. Right, you name it. So that doesn't translate. And well, the girls are working harder in class, taking notes and doing arts and crafts and cutting out shit. That sounds great. Baby, I worked in the schools too. I saw it too. It caters to the female. It's a female-oriented educational program. So you can get a job at human resources and fire off emails. That's basically what she's going to get a job doing. Then when you go down to the majors they select, they tend to be non-competitive, non-risky jobs. Sometimes it's nursing, which is the number one field. But then when you go down to there, they tend to be jobs where they sit on their rear end, counting beans and pushing pencils and paper around. I mean, like, come on, man. This is not rocket scientists. Reading Rainbow.
Hey, yo, chill, son.
It's not rocket science. I mean, yeah, the girls are going to outperform in a program that is more beneficial to people that have attention and have social pressures to perform well in front of their other peers, or they're going to get talked about. Whereas the dudes just came from physical education class and played 21 and turned in 21 point and then 12 assists, and you know what I mean, and had 15 rebounds. We at the water fountain like, yeah, bruh. All right. And we came in, we all hot, we got our recess. All right, we got to get that shit off of our chests, and that's what we're worried about. So typically that's going to be the case all the way really up until 10th or 11th grade. Most of the time, men don't get their head together in college, second year in college. For me, it was a second year of college for me. All right, I was basically not that good of a disciplined homework doer. keeping track of assignments. I wanted to, all right, but I was like, this shit is just boring to me. All right, but by the time I figured out, all right, all I have to do is take notes, read these shits a day or two before the final exam or the midterm, read all the red part of the book. You know, the red part of the book, all right, where you read in the text, all that text, and you're like, damn, I got to read chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right. What I would do is I would read chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let me read this shit. And then all that little shit in that sub little box over there with the red ink. All right. That shit is what's going to be on the test. Once I figured that out and took notes and studied, then I was like, oh, okay. Then college was a breeze. I was like, phew, I breezed right through college because I figured it out. I was like, oh, this is what these teachers are doing. They're taking the test. They're testing you on that little shit that you ain't going to read. All right, over there. All right, and let me listen to it. Let me take notes. Let me go ahead and recopy the notes. Let me dictate back to these fucking moron teachers exactly what they said. This is what they want me to say. All right, answer the critical questions in the back. All right, that's what's going to be on the test. All right, that's once you figure that out, you can breeze through school. So women typically might know this early on, and they can be a little bit more studious. And then they can do it. But men, young boys aren't going to figure this out. Oh, you know what also saved me? All right, note cards. All right, that was the one. If you guys are struggling in school, note cards is going to save your life. All right, at least it did for me, depending on your major. Note cards. All right, just basically take your notes, what they said, write everything on the note card. Now, this is going to be a lot of work. It's just rewriting your notes. Just do the note cards and then take the note cards, 50 note cards. Just remember 10, and give it a break. Flashcards is what I meant. Flashcards. So remember 10, give it a break, come back, and then remember those 10. Then when you remember them 10, do the next 10. And by the end of the week, you're going to breeze through the class. By the end of the week, the flashcards was a lifesaver. All right, that was when I started doing flashcards in high school and college, that was the motherfucking lifesaver, bro. So if you're struggling through school, do that and you're going to breeze through it. Flashcards. I said note cards, but flashcards. Flashcards to me was a lifesaver. And I told my kid, that's how I passed the real estate exam. I was like, let me just get flashcards. I'm going to just rewrite. Flashcard, rote memory. So the point of it all is education is just regurgitating what they're telling you. It doesn't mean you're smart or intelligent. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. It doesn't mean you know and can keep the material, because once the test was over, I flushed everything out of that flashcards right out of my fucking memory. As long as the final wasn't cumulative. By the way, I have a master's degree, so fuck y'all. But as long as I would ask the teacher, is this going to be on the final exam? Okay, this is Unit 2's test. Is any of this going to be on the final? And they say no. I would be like, well, I ain't got to remember none of this shit. I would take them note cards and flush them right goddamn down the damn trash. All right, I don't need to remember this shit. That's education in America. So, yes, that's going to far benefit women. Women are going to be better at that because they're going to go home and take their colored pencils and pens and click it and make their little note cards. They're going to be better at this. All right. Anyway, flashcards. All right. Shout out to you guys, man. It's an evil world we live in continues on. He says, you mean you can't think critically? Yep. It doesn't mean, education doesn't mean you have critical thinking skills. You can fight your way out of a paper bag. You're smarter. All it means is you could just take the material, remember it in a way that you understand it, you remember it, but you can go in there on test day and perform well on a test. All right. And then once you perform well on a test, you're going to get a feedback of, I don't even know what this shit means typically, but I can give it back and pass the test. I can pass the test. I can pass any test. Just give me the material and I'll make note cards and flashcards. I'll pass it. I'll get a 70 for sure. Right. Right. Now today's tests are a little bit different, but I'll pass any certification. Just give me some note cards. Right. I'm going to flashcards. I'm going to pass the test. All right. Anyway. What do we got here? Yeah, if it's multiple choice, I'm gonna breeze through that shit. Now, if it's an essay at the end of it, I'm gonna I can't bullshit. I can bullshit, but if it's an essay at the end, I'm gonna mess up. All right. Anyway, we got it's the evil world we live in. We have a woman that tells a guy who is supposedly a big time football, aka soccer star, that she didn't love him first. She loved his friend. Okay, so let's take you to it here. The football soccer star definitely comes from one of the Nordic countries or Scandinavian countries, from Norway to be exact. This is the guy that you're going to see here. And boy, oh boy, does he look like a Caucasoid. All right, this is definitely right from the Caucasus Mountain. All right, Viking blood. All right, barbarian blood here. His name is Erling Haaland, I believe his name is. He plays in the Premier League for Man City. Straight out of Caucasus Mountain right here. Shout out to the people who know him. Viking blood for sure. Let's take you to a video of a woman that they say he's dating or in a relationship with. And let's see what happens here. This is his girlfriend right here. Let's see what she says to him right here.
And so he was the one I did like first. And then when I saw you, I changed my view to you. And then you had a very nice song. I do think it's fake, but you don't. I asked you this question before. I asked, like, I think this is fake first to me. Then you was just like, you think?
All right. Shut up! Man, women can be cruel sometimes. And they don't even realize they're cruel. I don't know what it is, because if a man said this, in fact, we know if a man said this, the example that I can think of is the guy that's dating the gymnast. The gymnast who's the greatest of all time gymnast. I can't remember her name, but he's the Jonathan football player. He said, I didn't even know who Simone Biles was. I just remembered her name. And everybody gave him shit. How could you not know Simone Biles? You lying. She basically, take a look at her. All right, you saw who he was. People say he's the best striker in the Premier League. People say the world. This woman is a 5. She's a 5. I mean, regular. In comparison to the Swedish, Norwegian, and motherfucking, I'm missing a country. Compared to the women he could get in Norway, she literally just saying, you know, when I first met you, I was in love with your friend. And maybe after a while, you grew on me. What? Denmark. That's why I couldn't even think of it. No, I'm not thinking about Denmark. Sweden, Norway, and Finland. Finland I was thinking about. But we'll throw Denmark in there. She literally like, I gave you a chance, bro. Like, I guess I can go for you. Like, this is cruel, bro. This is cruel. And he's sitting here taking it. See, this is where men, you guys, man, like, dude, y'all don't have no ball sack, bro. None. And he's sitting there and he swallowed it, bro. Do you even have the stomach? Do you have the stomach? I guess I saw something and you eventually grew on me. Wow. I liked your friend better than you. Woo! Woo! This is evil.
And so he was the one I did like first. And then when I saw you, I changed my view to you. And then
when I saw you, I changed my view of you.
You had a very nice song.
Look at him. Look.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Bruh. He can't believe what he's hearing, man. Because he have bitches throwing panties at him all through Scandinavia. He can't even believe it. He's like, bruh, what are we doing? Who are we here? Where am I at? Bro, are you serious? He basically want to ask her, are you serious, bitch? Are you right now on camera talking this shit? And he's 6'5" with a blue eye. See, look, gentlemen, be God blessed that you ugly and short. All right, be blessed that you're ugly and short. You think these men have no problems. Men have it better. Chad and Tyrone have it easier. No, they get shitted on too because women literally be like, you lucky to have me. All right. My man loves me more than any woman in the world because I have the prime poon. And he's like, the reason why you should be happy you're ugly, mid, and short is because you don't have to deal with this shit. And you have to tell these bitches, do you know who I am, bitch? Do you know who I am? I'm the top 1% motherfucker. I'm Superman. And the bitch be like, well, I've had better. You're like, I guess. I mean, I was liking your friend, and then you showed up, and I Googled you, and I figured, oh, well, fuck it. I'll give you a chance. He can't even believe it. Because he got hookers and escorts that wait for him in the lobby, throwing pussy at him like crazy for a fee. He can't believe it. I've dated men with Lambos and Porsches, too. Just because you have a Porsche doesn't mean anything. All the men that I date have Porsches. That's what she's hitting him with. And he is flabbergasted. Just understand, and I want you to believe this. It don't matter where you are on the level, they still will shit on you, man. They will take a flying dookie on you and not feel a goddamn thing and be regular. They will dookie on you in public, on camera, on film, in 4K and 8K, in broad day, will dookie on you like you was nobody. And take a look at her. Let's just say, I mean, really, not the bang-yangs. I mean, she ain't ugly, but come on, man. Come on, man. He got bitches in the DM. Come on, bro. All right, let me play the clip again. This is evil, man. Yep, the Aisha Curry syndrome, the Jada Pinkett Smith. They just, whatever they got, they think they could do better. I could do better. And they will dookie on you right in front of your face on camera in public. And like what? Wowzers.
And so he was the one I did like first. And then when I saw you, I changed my view to you. And then you had a very nice song. I do think it's fake, but you don't. I asked you this question before. I asked, like, I think this is fate for us to meet. And he was just like, you think?
All right, Flat.
And so he was the one I did like first.
Why even share this information? See, why even? I don't know the context. Again, I don't know the context. Why she even say this? Right? Now, I know why she's saying it, because she's trying to keep him in check. Right? She's using this fact like, oh, he's going to be insecure. Like, damn, wait, what? He like, what? And then she Googled, and you have to look at But this is why I always tell women the best thing you can do is shut the fuck up.
Shut up!
All right?
Silence your
Just
fool.
shut up. Yep, Matt Stafford's wife. You know, when I was in college, I had an orgy and I fucked the backup quarterback. Why even? But again, thanks for telling me. But what men have to do is start dropping these bitches. Okay, you think you got it too much.
Your bitch ass up.
You got too comfortable. You're too comfortable, I see. You're way too comfortable with me. I never want a woman that comfortable with me to shit on me. And believe me, I've been married before, so it's happened to me before. And I've had women that I dated that tried to shit on me like this in public. Like, bitch, what is wrong with you? What I then became accustomed to was just dumping them. Let me dump your ass. Let me dump you. I ain't dealing with this shit. You ain't about to shit on me and tell me that you had better than me in my face. Okay, you got none of me then. You're not getting any of me at this particular point. They'd be just straight humiliating the fuck out of you, man. God dang, bro, that is evil. And women won't get it. You guys are just insecure. Okay, stay single. Because what you ain't fixing to do is get comfortable shitting on me. All right, I'll shit on you before you shit on me. Last one, we have, it's the evil world we live in. Here we go right here.
It's an evil world we live in.
Women are like, what was wrong with what she said? Again, ladies, you could just benefit from shutting your damn mouth. All right. Don't think that you got a mouth you need to bump your gums all the time and say what's on the top of your head, or go ahead and say it and then suffer the repercussions. On Evil World We Live In, man jailed after catching his girlfriend and his sister allegedly playing the body count game. He lost it when he heard his girlfriend's body count was 42 bodies. All right, here we go.
Do you have the stomach?
Okay, so let's play the video. Let's play the video. I hope we don't have anything real.
Yeah,
Here we go.
like we had a conversation about body counts. How was that conversation started? Was it just a normal conversation?
We
like
were
everyone
listening
chilling?
to music, and me and her were talking. And then he comes in the room, well, actually in the kitchen, because that's where the fight started.
Okay.
And he was like, 42? You got 42 you
So y'all were listening to music, just
we
bullshit.
were cooking, like the food is on the floor.
Yeah, just BSing around, having a conversation.
Exactly, and you come in.
Was he here when y'all started that conversation?
Again, women can benefit from learning how to shut up.
Silence, you fool.
All right, so he probably was not in on this game. All right, he probably was listening like a fly on the wall in the other room. So this is police camera, so this is real. This is police footage. As far as I know, this would be real. So he probably thought, just like these trad-cons, that these women are out here being skeezers. Listen, man, women fuck. I don't know what to tell you. They fuck way more than you think. So he probably had thought that was a body count. She probably lied and said my body count's 16. But then she was in privacy in what she thought was having a private moment in which they run their mouths and said the body count was actually 42. Okay, now he flipped his lid because he didn't imagine that body count was that high. He probably may have asked her and assumed, or she might have said it was lower than that. And that's why he crashed out and went, here's William on her.
Here's William.
But 42 men. And then, I mean, you know, most guys think that is an egregious body count. I mean, Cam Newton would. And you're probably thinking, is that a running total or is that a total prior to me? What? And who is the baby of that chocolated? Who's the daddy of that chocolated baby now?
I'm Pepe.
All right. So that's what you got going on.
Yeah, he was in the room.
And then he comes out acting.
Came in the kitchen. That's where we were cooking at. The food is on the floor. The pots and pans is at the wall. Everything is on the floor.
Okay.
She has hair like mine, and he has dreads. So when he went to pull, you can see the pieces. Her hair is on the floor. When he went to go pull the pieces, that's when my pieces came out, and I grabbed his hair, and I'm getting them
You
off.
got any cuts or anything? All right. So you had said that the argument started over. You said this.
Yeah, we were arguing over this. Like, we had a conversation about body counts.
Okay.
Here's William.
All right. So there it is. That's an interesting thing there. But guys don't have the stomach here.
Do you have the stomach?
All right. We're going to talk about this when we get into the main event here. Most men, you think, and this woman I would say is in her 30s. Most of y'all don't have the stomach to think what they really be out here doing. All right. That you don't think that they're out here doing it. My girlfriend, my girlfriend better not have a body count over 6. All right. But you're not finding women that don't have a body count in the double digits by their mid 30s. All right. At all. So you better be prepared for this. What if you found out your girl had a body count of 42 and you married her or had a kid with her? What would you think? Would you think you made a mistake or would you not mind? Let's do a poll. All right. Let's do a poll. All right. What would you do if you found out your GF had a body count of 42 plus? All right. Stay. I love her, coach. No matter what. And then I would leave immediately. These are your choices. Leave immediately. We're going to see what type of insecure men we have in our program here. All right, there it is. What would you do if you found out your girlfriend had a body count of 42 plus? Ladies, I want you to pay attention here to this poll. Because you guys are going to have to find out that a lot of y'all hoes going to have to hide your hoe activity at the hotel. Because hotel everybody. Shout out to Ludacris. All right, let's do the super chats and we'll do the main event after that. Yeah, most men you can see here. Okay, it's going down. There's some secure men in here. All right, but yeah, at the end of the day.
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time. And I know that you like hoes.
Wow. Well, now, wait a minute.
All right. At the end of the day, we like hoes. So, but this is your baby mama. Caitlin says, if you're married and living together, only working a lot should keep you from having a lot of sex with each other. It's embarrassing how less these couples have. It's embarrassing how less sex these couples have. But the women will get mad if the man cheats. Relationships don't always make common sense to people. They don't. People assume people in relationships are having sex. That's a bad assumption. Don't assume that. And then add, are they having good sex? Don't assume that. You're making a bad assumption. All right. J. Cool says, I always never am compliant. He says, a woman. Wait a minute. CGA reading with CGA. This is terrible here. All right. I need to blow this up bigger. All right. This is too small on my screen. Let me go back to the next one here. All right. Hold on for a second. This is out of order. So I need to go back. All right. 80% of people say they would leave immediately if they found out their women had a body count of 42 plus. Shout out to our brother Gene Mason says, greetings, coach. I've been bossing up. Let's say I wanted to copy you and go see some linglings on a budget this holiday season in California. What part of California do I need to be in? Thank you for your advice. Okay. You want to find linglings in Southern California.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right. I got a lot of places where you can find linglings. All right. If you want to find expensive linglings, go to Westwood or Irvine. All right. Somewhere in areas of San Diego, these are linglings that like white boys. All right. These are going to be your expensive variety linglings. All right. These are educated upper scale linglings. Irvine, Westwood, any of these areas, you're going to find the upper scale linglings. All right. They speak good language. They have a California accent and all of that. Now, if you want to go down to the mid-tier linglings, anyone in the areas of Torrance and these areas like this, you can go into the San Fernando Valley. You will find the middle level linglings, and they're hit or miss. Sometimes they are for sale or for lease. Sometimes they're not. Okay. Now, if you want to go for the low budget linglings, all right, the fine discount linglings, go to Westminster, Garden Grove. All right. These areas right here are going to, and anywhere in South Los Angeles. All right. Where these women are fobbies fresh off the fucking boat. So some parts of the inner city Los Angeles, like the real Los Angeles. All right. You can find some fobby bitches that work in Chinese restaurants. All right. But if you want to go for the lower tier ones, Garden Grove, Westminster, this is outside right at the beginning of Orange County. All right, budget lings. All right, budget lings. Now, if you want to find some mid-tier to expensive lings, go to Northern California. Anywhere near San Francisco, you're going to find a wide variety of lings there. San Jose, just outside of San Jose, this area, I think it's called Morgan Hills. Morgan Hill, I believe it is. In San Jose, near San Jose, you're going to find a bunch of lings there. All right, but those are going to be middle-class lings, not the low budget. But you're going to find a wide variety around San Francisco, and you're going to find some ghetto ones. If you guys like ghetto linglings, go near Oakland, California. Oakland, California got a whole bunch of ghetto lings. All right, so, all right, so you do have lots of, Palo Alto are going to be the smarter upper scale. They're looking for the next tech executive to IPO. Those are going to be high-end lings, very, very ugly lings, if you will. But you want ghetto lings and fried chicken lings, all right, you go over to Oakland, all right, or any woman that says she's from the Bay Area. It's typically going to be the Oakland side of the Bay. These are ghetto lings, strags, and pussy sellers, and this tip, like low-level sellers and shit like this. All right, Berkeley, any UC school. Good. If you want to go to a UC school and you want to get mid-tier to upper-level lings, you go to any UC Davis, UC San Diego, UC Irvine, UC Santa Barbara, UC California, Berkeley. All right. All right, they all over the place in California. This is one reason here, because a lot of people, they talk about the passport. Shout out to the passport bros. And they're like, CGA never traveled. And then I traveled. And they're like, oh, he's finding out. But I lived in California. All right. And I know a lot of guys that travel. They're from the South. They're from Houston. They're from, Miami, Mississippi. They're from these areas. And so they're finding out their first Latina. They're finding out their first lingling, right? You're from Miami Garden. But I am from California. I don't know if you guys know, it is a true melting pot. We grew up around everybody that you would travel to. I've already experienced, somebody said chitterlings from the gent code, called them chitterlings. Jesus. All right. But I lived in Orange County for 10 years. I lived in the San Fernando Valley. I went to college there and some high school. I lived in Thousand Oaks and Westlake Village for 5 years. I lived in Hawthorne for 5 years. All right. Every nationality, nation I've either dated or had sex with, I've messed with everybody. Okay. I've messed with everybody. So I've been already dealing with Filipinas and Latinas and South Americans and this type of thing. Okay. Yeah, Miami's a built melting pot. It is, but a lot of guys is still somewhat segregated. Like guys don't get out. Like guys don't get out that much, especially then when you ain't got no money. And niggas don't have money, so they got to get on a plane and go to the Dominican Republic. All right, but there's Dominicans in Miami, but they cost a lot more. So what happens is I've already experienced the levels of Latinas and Lings to a point where I'm like, all right. And then when I get over there, or Latinas, I get over there, these are the same motherfucking Latinas I done seen in California. All right, they're just cheaper. All right. But yeah, if you grow up in Houston and Dallas, you're probably not going to see this level of diversity, or any of Arkansas. So these women are somewhat exotic and unique, as opposed to me. I lived in New York. I lived in Los Angeles. I lived in Northern California, San Jose. I didn't had all the women, white women, black women, mulattoes, everybody. So they're not as unique for me. Although I like them to be cheaper. Yeah, it's going to be cheaper. But yes, if you do want to go find lings and you're in California, you're never going to be empty-handed. Now, the problem is, you got to know that there's different nationalities of lings. So you got to know what nationality you're fucking with. And you got to know what economic scale you're messing with, because they can get quite expensive in California. They're highly desirable women. They're the number one desired woman around the world for dating and intimacy and sex. I know y'all niggas think Latinas are, but if you take across the board and say how many people are flying into their areas and how many people are dating and dating app activity and how many people are marrying submissive, it's the Asians. So they get quite expensive. And most of the time, they worked at their family cleaners when they were teenagers. All right. But their parents worked hard and sacrificed and had a donut store and a cleaners. And then all of a sudden, they moved on up, lived in the suburbs somewhere around Seal Beach or somewhere around Fountain Valley. Fountain Valley, another area to find middle-class lings. Cerritos, another area to find middle-class lings. Cerritos, you'll have your hands full. All right. But a lot of times these women become like they're getting to the next level of society. They ain't trying to go for low-quality niggas. They're not trying to go for low quality. They're not trying to make a lateral move. They're trying to move up in society when you get to California. So if you come down there with that broke nigga shit, all right, you're going to get boxed out because they're like, I'm not making a lateral move, right? My family came fresh off the boat and we had a donut store and a cleaners and a Chinese restaurant. Nigga like, nah, I had to work through high school and go through college at UC Irvine. We're not about to take no lateral bullshit, no regular shit. So they on some regular shit. All right. Anyway, so that's why then you have to go somewhere else. But anyway, I know where my lings are. I know the landscape of Southern California. I know where to find the Mexicans. I know where to find the Filipinas and the Chinese women. I know where to find them, the Vietnamese. I know where to find the niggas. All right. I know where to find black folks. I know where to find white girls. I know what type of white girls. I know how to find the mud sharks. You want white girls? Go to Oceanside, California. That's right before San Diego. You're going to find a lot of Samoans. Shout out to Junior Seau, rest in peace. You're going to find a melting pot because it's a military area. So a lot of mud shark white women, a lot of Latinas, low budget Latinas, a lot of Samoans. I know where to find the Samoans. Hawthorne. I know where to find the white girls, the mud sharks. I know where to find the Jews, the Jewish girls. All right. The progressive liberal Jews that's going to be around Encino, Westlake Village, Agora Hills, this area. I know where to find the Mexicans. It's going to be Oxnard and Gardena. and motherfucking Corona and Pomona and these everywhere. Yep, the Jews in Beverly. I know where to find the Jewish chicks where we can eat bagels and lox and matzo balls and all of that shit. All right, I know it, man. I done live California up and down, northern and southern, and all counties, Orange County, Ventura County, and Los Angeles County. I know where to find the Persian chicks and the Armenians over there in Burbank and Glendale and now Calabasas. But you can find the Jews in Calabasas. I know where everybody is, man. I could just pull out a map. All right, who do I want? What woman do I want to touch on? I know where to find the Russian broads. Yes, indeed. Long Beach, Mexicans, mud sharks, and niggas. And Samoans. Yeah, San Gabriel Valley, which I was trying to think about, that's going to be Mexicans, San Gabriel, mud sharks. It's a lower middle class area, old area from the 80s, old suburban 80s. So I know where to find the people, man. Santa Ana, Mexicans. You want to find Mexicans and struggling Mexicans and undocumented Mexicans, Santa Ana. All right, I know where to go. Anaheim, Mexicans, low budget white people. Huntington Beach, low quality surfer chicks that do coke, white girls, tourists, people that left Riverside, trailer park trash, Riverside, Rancho Cucamonga, Mexicans and trailer park trash, and niggas that left Inglewood. All right. Anyway, Fresno, Mexicans and trailer park trash, white people, Fresno. I mean, California is pretty much laid out if you want. California's laid out. Yep. You can find them anywhere, bro. Just anywhere. And most cities are laid out like this, but California is very segregated and clustered. All right. And you can find whatever you want. All right. Yep. Los Alamitos, Mexicans, middle class white people to poor white people, people that were rich in the 80s and poor in the 2000s. Los Al, Long Beach, Ventura, white people, Mexicans, white people and Mexicans in Ventura. Black people, Compton, Watts, Inglewood, and sometimes the San Fernando Valley around Sherman Oaks and this, but those are Jews there, Sherman Oaks, Encino, Reseda, white people that couldn't make it to Thousand Oaks, Mexicans, Santa Cruz, liberal white women, Asians, and poor white people that are on crank and meth. Riverside, Mexicans, poor white people, agrarian white people that will never move out of Riverside. Palm Springs, gay dudes, trailer park trash, white people, and Mexicans. All right. Gay white dudes are Palm Springs. Who else? Temecula, it's a good mix. Yep. Temecula is that's wine country there. So you're gonna have a mix of people there. Eclectic hippies, all right, white folks, Mexicans. Mexicans are gonna be everywhere. All right. You can't avoid Mexicans. All right. Mexicans are everywhere. Mexico is California. San Bernardino, trailer park trash, white people, Mexicans. Pasadena, upper scale, old money, white people, like some rich white people, old money white people, Mexicans, and on Morovia side, niggas. Lancaster, Mexicans and trailer park trash, white people and niggas. That's Palmdale, Lancaster, and the likes. Not Apple Valley, but yeah. East LA, Mexicans. All right. Tustin, Orange, and Anaheim, middle class white folks and Mexicans. All right. Anyway, yep. You're not gonna you gotta go to avoid rich black people sprinkled amongst the San Fernando Valley, Thousand Oaks, Calabasas, Agora Hills. Rich black people are going to be sprinkled into areas. They're going to be just a here and there, onesie twosie, if they're rich and very wealthy. All right. Saugus, Valencia, Newhall, Trailer Park Trash, white people, middle class white people, and middle class eclectic. You know, it's a group of people all clustered in there. But black people, the old black money are going to be Baldwin Hills. All right. That's the middle class rich people from the 80s and the 90s. They typically aren't rich today. All right. Baldwin Hills was an area where blacks could go because things were segregated. So that was their area in the 70s and 80s and 90s, but it's not that anymore. Ladera Heights, Baldwin Hills. Yeah, Santa Cruz, liberal white women, cranked out white dudes, Asians, Chino Hills, Mexicans, and black people that left Inglewood, aka LeVar Ball and them, and white folks, middle class white folks. Let's see here. But yeah, black folks are sprinkled out around there, unless they live in Compton, Watts, Ladera Heights, and Inglewood. And anyway, people are leaving. Chino Hills is nice if you're used to Long Beach. All right. By the way, there's nice neighborhoods everywhere. So you could be in a nice neighborhood in Chino Hills. All right. And it's a nice area. But Chino Hills is a shitty area to be. Right. It's not near anything. You're isolated completely off and up and tucked away. Nobody wants to go there. You can hide out there, but there's no good areas there. There's no good restaurants there. Nobody goes to Chino Hills and be like, I'm going to go up to Chino Hills. Like you would go to Beverly Hills. It's kind of up and tucked away. Nobody wants to be there. It's hot as fuck. It's hot in the summer, 100 degrees, 110 degrees. All right. It's gangs there because niggas move there and they bring gang culture to there. So any of these areas, Chino Hills, I'm trying to think of these places out there near Riverside. Most of these people, they bring the gang culture there. The gang culture follows them. So you're not getting away from the stuff because the black people that go to these schools, they bring the gang culture there. What else? Costa Mesa, middle class whites. Mostly Costa Mesa and upper class. It could be upper class because Costa Mesa is on the border of Newport Beach. So you're going to get a good surfer people, this type of thing. Surfer boys, surfer white boys, and this type of thing. Anyway, nobody cares about this. I don't think anyone cares about this topic. Yeah, but it's fun. Like, we could shift the conversation every now and then. We don't have to talk about the same shit over and over again. I mean, it's Friday, for God's sakes. All right? It's Friday, for Christ's sakes. Can I just riff? Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, man, I worked hard for you all week. Can I just talk about some shit? Can we just riff? I gave y'all segments and clips, and can I just talk about some shit? The guy asked me, he donated, he asked me where he could find links. All right, here we go. And we could do almost any city, by the way. We could take Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Trailer Park Trash, white people, middle class white people, and niggas. All right, this gets easy once you move out of California and New York. When you move out of California and New York and Miami, you could just boil it down to white folks and niggas. All right, that's it. All right, and when you go to the Midwest, you could just section it off in nationalities because the nationalities are literally the name of the city. All right, Germantown, Russiatown. All right, when you go to the Midwest, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Chicago, Hymietown. All right, Detroit is literally the name of the damn thing. It's not boiled down by race, it's boiled down by nationality. All right, Poland Town, when you go right to the motherfucker. The Polish people live over here. Koreatown, Chinatown, Russian Town, Ruski Town. All right, that's the Midwest. All right, the most segregated area of the United States of America, all right, is literally segregated by nationality, right? And do not believe you're going to go live over there amongst the Germantown. You're not living over there. Mexicans have their own place. The Germans have their own place. The niggas have their own place. You don't get to go over there. Yep, Cleveland. Okay, so, but you go to these areas like, you know, the rest of the country, Arkansas, niggas and white people. All right, that's it. And some Mexicans. Like, this is the thing when you go to another state. Because I used to grow up in California and see Mexicans doing all the jobs. They're the maids in hotels, right? They had McDonald's working. And then you go to Arkansas and you see white people cleaning rooms. You be like, white women be cleaning the hotel rooms at your budget motherfucking 8. You like, huh? There's a white woman cleaning my room. I don't have Mexicans here. This is crazy. It's a black woman cleaning your hotel room. You're like, black people clean hotel rooms? I've never seen this shit. What part of the year? What year is this? Because when you grow up in New York and LA, you see Mexicans cleaning everything. All right. They doing all the low budget shit. McDonald's, Jack in the Box, El Pollo Loco. All right. But meth heads cleaning your room in Arkansas. You're like, this is crazy. This bitch look like she on meth. Like, how did you fall this far down the rung of society cleaning hotel rooms? This is crazy. Right. Like, you got to have fallen down. You definitely on EBT if you're cleaning my hotel room as a white person. All right. This is unbelievable. Anyway, they don't have no Mexicans here. Normally, I see a Mexican lady doing this, but here you are, a whole white lady with a ponytail, 26 years old. I know you're on EBT. Your life got to be fucked up. All right. Right. You have fucked up your life if you're here cleaning hotel rooms. What did you do? Tell me the story. And if it's a black woman cleaning your room, you know she been to jail. She's on probation for sure. All right. All right. Anyway, enough about this racist humor. I love everybody. I love everybody. But that is a sight to see. You're not ready for that shit. You're like, it's white people cleaning my room. What are we doing? Can I give you some advice? How did you fuck up your life this bad? All right. I really want to know. You had a whole head start in life, and here you are cleaning my fucking room. This is crazy. All right. Anyway. All right. Anyway, look, these are just jokes. These aren't dicks. Don't take it so hard. Shout out to Snaptech Fix says, deleted the new boyfriend. Sheesh. Stay focused, brothers. Be careful out here. It ain't all that. Shout out to our brother Flash says, love the Patty Duke segment this week. Shout out to Traditional Conservative Men. Joshua Moon says, I be good with that chunky, full-figured rice bowl. Shout out to you. All right, boy, y'all starving.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck
Y'all
up.
starving over that thick ling-ling, I see. All right. We're all good. Everybody needs to start somewhere. Everybody hurts. Don't get offended. Shout out to our brother, no government name SD says, Coach, I have a friends that are pro-blacks. The only money in that space is doing nonprofit programs and getting grants from organizations ran by the you-know-who-ish. It's odd. Have a great weekend. Yeah, the whole nonprofit scam. I'm going to start a nonprofit. All right, I'll be shitting on everybody, bro. I'm going to start a nonprofit. And they're going to have some women writing grants, hoping to get government money that they're going to spend on Lamborghinis and Porsches. Right? You know it's a scam. I'm going to start a nonprofit. Shout out to our brother here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to work for, they always trying to work for the social people here. I'm going to work for the people and start a nonprofit so I can do what? Steal the money? That's what you're going to do, is you're going to steal the money. I already know it. Right. It's Mexican Ronin says, Coach, I'm married recently. My wife's 24-year-old sister and 42-year-old single aunt suggested that I allow my wife to join them on a girls' trip to Puerto Rico and Jamaica. I said, absolutely not. And they called me insecure. Fellas, listen to Coach. You may not like it, but he speaks the truth. You see, they trying to sneak the wife out to do bullshit in Puerto Rico and Jamaica. No, look, listen. Your 24-year-old wife and them goddamn single aunts gonna have your wife out here sucking dick and laughing. No. Shout out to our brother Daniel T. He says, I pay for my women's expenses while in a long-term relationship, but you taught me that means I don't have to put up with her BS. If she was paying her way, she can act bitchy and give the punani on her time. But why would I tolerate that if I'm footing the bill? It's my way or goodbye. Thank you, coach. That is a sponsorship from Daniel T. Shout out to you, Daniel W. All right, don't let her rug pull you, man. And don't let her pull that bullshit on you. I can do whatever I want. Dennis S. says, corporate worker here. I'm crying on your rant as it's Pizza Party Friday today, as I am getting passive-aggressive attacks. Halloween dress motherfuckers too. Oh my goodness. So you dressed up for Halloween too? Where do you go? You're not dressing up for Halloween, Dennis? See, these things that you do are humiliation rituals, because now if you have a corporate office and you don't dress up for Halloween and you ain't got your Dracula costume on, they're going to think you're not a team player. All right, he's not a team player. He thinks he doesn't have to wear it. Him don't have to wear a costume. Him not participating in the company activity. He's not participating in the humiliation ritual. And now you're getting passive-aggressive attacks for a pizza party. Shout out to my corporate brothers out here. No government name. I think TradCons and Reform Skeezers are a perfect match because both of them are dishonest to themselves in society. TradCons are the biggest degenerates. Yes, they are. And Reform Skeezers are the biggest 304s. What do you say, CGA? Hashtag the shield. I agree. TradCons are liars. They're liars. They're liars. They're liars. All right, so they deserve to get what they get. Shout out to Neither says, Coach, what are your thoughts on men prioritizing only the gym and building muscle? A guy called Martell on this platform says that achieving the physique will open the doors for women's success and respect. It will open the doors for conversations with women, all right? Yes, women like guys with good bodies, not necessarily bodybuilding, but if you got a dad bod, you're going to get insecure women. Right, you're going to get women with broken women and Reform Skeezers. So yes, getting in the gym will improve your confidence overall, and that may improve your results with women, certainly with success and respect, but it also improves your long-term health, which is the most important, your long-term health, okay, because you want to be functional long-term. I got to get in here and get our brother Gene and give him some respect, because Gene had this to say. Coach, I've been bossing up. Let's say, okay, all right, that was Gene earlier, and that was a co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right, did Gene have something else to say? I did. Okay, that was another one. All right, there's a white person in cleaning hotel rooms that is appalled at me right now. Shout out to Gene, says, goodness gracious, Coach, that death by simp story turned my stomach. I'm sorry for all the people involved. Definitely brought up some bad memories. Thanks to God and your teaching, I was able to move past the pain and find the JUCO. Now, there's no here's William for me. It's only free agent lifestyle for life. And let me just tell you, man, most of us have been in a situation where we were harmed or felt harmed by a woman, and we probably thought of hurting or harming someone, either ourselves or her or someone that she was interested in, only for us to make the greatest decision in life and not do that and throw our lives away. Jails and prisons are full of men that have made that decision to say, I'm going to harm someone for looking at my girlfriend. I'm going to fight him. I'm going to knock him out. And then he hit his head on the concrete. Now it's attempted murder. Okay. Don't crash out. Don't crash out. Shout out to Caitlin, says, if you're married and living together. Okay, I already got that one. All right, I thought I didn't get one. King Smith says, CGA doing public math and getting it right live almost made me spit my drink out. That definitely is a rarity. Brandon says, coffee on me, Coach. Enjoy your weekend. Called sponsorship. We got a couple more. 007 says, been a while since I chipped in, been stacking silver. I was in Las Vegas last weekend for the Grambling and Jackson State game. Had a blast. Lots of JUCO action. Lastly, I agree 100%. Boys and girls should have separate schools. Public education feminizes boys. Tell them, Coach, boss up. All right, but that ship has sailed because shout out to you, and I hope you have fun here in Vegas. And as I was leaving to go to the Oregon game, everybody was coming into the airport, coming in for Grambling, Jackson State. So I missed all the crazy behavior, but I hope you had a good time. But There cannot be separate spaces for men. Men cannot have separate spaces because it is seen as separate but not equal. So the women will eventually say, if there's an all-boys school, the women will think the boys are getting a better deal, and then hence they will think that they're missing out on something. We need to be where they are because they're going to get the advantage. Patriarchy. They're telling them something that we don't know. Where typically men will allow for female spaces. Cigar bars, women start to invade them and encroach. All right, Boys and Girls Club, Boy Scouts, they eventually encroach. And there's a woman that's going to talk about this in the next segment, that they cannot believe that men are doing something good or positive when they're separated. So they often think that they can help. They want to be over there. They're missing out on something. There's something about it. So it's going to be unequal. They don't get fairness. So they need to get over there. I need to be over there. Right. So that's unfortunately. So there will never be an opportunity to educate boys properly because the women will eventually want to roll over there. Shout out to our brother, Mr. I was formerly known as I Am Goat James. Yamez says, I'm ready to boss up. Bruh, CGA, drop that money mindset link. You ready to boss up in 2026. Let's go.
Better boss up, nigga.
Remember, bossing up takes time. So bossing up takes time. You really got to stop the negative momentum and then turn it positive. It takes time, but it takes also consistent decision making. Tranisha says, I texted my Afghan friend and he confirmed that men have to share their inheritance with their wives and children, but women keep their own money for themselves. Yeah, it's traditional. Haram. Shout out to your Afghani friend. Okay. Women keep their own money. This is part of what we call traditional society. Shout out to Bob, the builder. Bob says nothing. And our last one, Sir Charles says, Coach, I live in Torrance, California, and I can attest that your perspective of the leans and women in general is spot on. Keep it going, brother. See, he enjoyed the segment. All right. I know where the landscape is. I know where to go. All right. When it comes to Los Angeles and Las Vegas, for sure. Las Vegas is bad. All right. Do not come to Las Vegas looking for attractive women. If you do, be ready to buy them or lease them. The attractive women are all monetized here. There's no beautiful women here that you're going to fuck for. I mean, there's a guy that'll tell you he fucked some beautiful women here for free. There's going to always be that one guy. But there's not that many beautiful women in Las Vegas. There's some women that think they're beautiful. All right. They'll be like, I'm all that. And you're like, all right. But the beautiful women are all monetized here. All right. You're going to pay strippers, atmosphere girls, escorts, bitches that work in they do Cirque du Soleil. They've all found a way to monetize themselves, but it's oof. There's a lot of tracks here, bro. There's a lot of tracks where women walk tracks, all right, and sell punani right there on the highway. I won't tell you where, Boulder Highway, but that's neither here nor there. Tropicana. All right, over there by the Orleans Hotel. I mean, I don't know about these areas. I'm just telling you where tracks are, where the Raider Stadium was. I don't know where these tracks are, but, you know, young women grow up here bored to death. It's boring here in Las Vegas. Anybody, a red flag for me is that if a woman says she grew up in Las Vegas, I immediately draw a red flag. Oh, I grew up in Las Vegas. I went to high school in Las Vegas. Red flag. That immediately flag on the play. Flag on the play. I want them to be implants. Like, I want them to be transplants, I should say, implants. Right? I don't want them to grow up in Las Vegas. If they grew up in Las Vegas, they went to one of the possibly the worst public school systems in the nation. Okay, horrible schooling here. Terrible schooling. These people are out here lost in the sauce. A lot of them participated and engaged in sex work at some particular point after the age of 16 or 18 or certainly 21. All right, most of them are dumb and dim-witted. To get into UNLV takes nigga a pulse to go to UNLV. And that's the top school in the damn state, if not Nevada, Reno. All you need is a pulse and a 2.0, and you can walk right on the door on the day one of registration. This is, bruh. So even if she says she went to UNLV, I'll be like, what? All right. And more than likely, if you pull up their criminal record, they got at least one trespass on one casino. All right. At least one. All right. and the mental health is down the tubes, and they probably know a couple of pimps and drug, what do you call it? What'd you call them? Drug plugs, or they are addicted to some drug. It's an automatic red flag. Or if they lived in Vegas for more than 10 years, red flag. Absolute red flag. Everybody I knew that said they grew up in Vegas as a woman, been a red ass flag, and they more than likely got 5 tattoos. All right. All right. Absolutely not the best women in the world. All right. And anybody that says Vegas got hot chicks, they're talking about the tourists on the strip. They're talking about tourists and escorts they saw at a nightclub. They're not talking about no regular women that they saw living in Henderson and Southern Highlands and Summerlin and Paradise and North Las Vegas. If you hear North Las Vegas, run. All right. What side of Las Vegas you live in? North Las Vegas. Get skedaddle. Or if they live on the east side, run. All right, run. That is a whore, a low budget whore. Get out of there, bro. Get North Las Vegas, east side of Las Vegas. Absolutely get the fuck out of there, bro. That's if you not a low budget nigga. If you a low budget nigga, go ahead and indulge. You'll be right at home. And that goes for any race of woman. I don't care what race of woman you're talking about. If they say North Las Vegas, skedaddle. All right. Or east side, run for the hills. All right. You want to hear Summerlin, Henderson, Southern Highlands. That's what you want to hear. All right. Possibly Paradise, which is where the strip is, Las Vegas. Possibly they moved in town. If they moved in town recently, she is short on rent for sure.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
All right. You can buy her up real quick. I just moved in town from Houston. Let me just tell you. $500. Yeah, you want to hear Green Valley Ranch? That's what you want to hear. You want to hear I just moved in from Houston. I just moved in from town the last week, 2 months ago. That's what you want to hear. Right? Because she is short on funds.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
She's short on funds, and she'll do anything for a chicken wing. And a lot of women, they coming in town trying to make us shake a leg. They coming in here running from something. They coming in here trying to get a buying fix. All right, you can make it. All right, come on, girl. I got you, baby. Oh, you just moved in town? All right, anyway. Anthem, yep. It's a lot of old people in Anthem, though. All right, if you want to find old people, they're going to be in Anthem. Anyway, let's get to this part of the show. It's the main event. I know y'all been waiting for it. Let's do it. This is a podcast, man. We just having fun. It's a Friday. Vogue says having a boyfriend is embarrassing now. And they want to let you guys know that there's all form of misandry all over the world right now. Before we review that article, we got to show you these particular clips, which are very interesting and telling of women telling on themselves on Al Gore's internet. These aren't representing all women, but they represent a certain class of women. This woman says, one of my favorite forms of hetero. All right. One of my favorite forms of hetero. She's going to talk about the men that she targets and the men that she targets for marriage, aka trad-cons and normies and lames. Listen up.
My favorite forms of hetero is a very powerful straight woman that absolutely hates men, that dates a little subby man that's afraid of her. Sister, you did that. I'm so proud of you. I'm just like watching a movie, crying, eating my popcorn. Like, yes, this is the world we need to live in. And my take is that I think that for straight women, they're like, when am I going to find my person? Like, when am I going to find a nice guy? Step 1, do you hate men? Step 2, did you stop dating them? Step 3, it'll all work out. I promise you in the long run, it'll be a beautiful thing. And if I know you've acquired steps 1 and 2, if I see you with a man, it's a good one.
And that's you.
All right. So here, this is that shoe. These are reform skeezers, and she got it broken down like a fraction. This is why I tell you, you got to watch relationships after the age of 26 into 30, because this is when I say women at this age manipulate, right? I know you guys hear me say that and you think I'm saying they're doing this manipulative tactic. They are, but they know how to dress it up with flowery words. She has all the terms, dressed it up flowery. This is why I say a woman past 30 really is just manipulating you in a relationship. All right. She knows what she's doing. She's just not telling you. And if you are none the wiser, you're getting ran around. All right. So we got a woman that says she literally hates men, but is focused on the relationship. What type of relationship? A submissive, she called it subby, heterosexual man that she can dominate, aka eating out of the palm of her hand. Now, she's not going to tell him that. All right. But she said that's what she's looking for. I mean, it's sad, though, but this is a reality. This is the type of manipulation we're talking about.
I know he treats you well. One of my favorite forms of hetero is a very powerful straight woman that absolutely hates men.
All right, a powerful straight woman that absolutely hates men. This is going to be part of the conversation. Hates men, a straight woman that hates men.
Dates a little subby man.
Dates a subby man, aka cuck, a simp, a guy that will take an open relationship, a reformed thought skeezer with 42 body counts, right? She has mental health disease, ADHD. She's running all over you, running circles around you because you tend to have no experience and she has a lot of experience. All right. This happens so much. And people will say, well, they're in a relationship. Look at them, coach. You're wrong. Go touch the grass. And I'm like, but let's take a look at that. That might be the type of woman he's in a relationship with, aka.
And that's you.
That's afraid of her.
A subby man that's afraid of the dominant woman, the 50-50 woman. Yep, the Klay Thompson type. Yep.
Sister, you did that.
You did that. She clocked that T. Russell Wilson. That's why women praise these relationships, because they're somewhat downward, saying that she's the dominant. She runs all over him.
So proud of you. I'm just like watching a movie, crying, eating my popcorn. Like, yes, this is the world we need to live in.
This is the world we need to live in. Of course, it's an evil world we live in.
That's you.
Okay.
And my take is that I think that for straight women, they're like, when am I going to find my person? Like, when am I going to find a nice guy?
Nice guy. So she used the nice guy to describe him as a subby cuck that gets dominated by a straight masculine woman that hates men. Nice guy. Boom. What do they call that? Mic drop. Now she framed it and switched it as that's the nice guy. Cold world, bro.
And that's you.
Cold world. Nice guy. Russell Wilson. Klay Thompson. Okay.
Step 1, do you hate men?
Step 1, do you hate men? These women want relationships and marriages, but step number 1, you gotta hate men. Yep, liberal. I mean, you can tell she's a liberal. Liberal is going to be a dead giveaway. Any liberal politics, she's looking to dominate you, or you dominate her.
Step 2, did you stop dating them?
All right, so that's going to be the conversation. Stop dating them. All right, so what are we doing? Manipulating. You had to stop dating, and then you came back and full of hate to target men to manipulate them.
Step 3, it'll all work out.
It'll all work out, man. This is cold work. Ooh, I know y'all hate me, man. Coach, I hate you. You're ruining women for me. No. All right, take a look at this one. More misandry. More misandry. This is going to lead up into the article. Take a look at this. Take a look. Mouth wide open, big, thick thighs, scars on her knees, chatted out, pookied out, Enrique'd out, Muhammaded out. Let's hear what she has to say.
I tell people before, they're like, oh, you hate all men. I'm like, I've never said that, but if the shoe fits, wear it. I don't give a fuck. But also, like, yeah, don't you? Haven't you ever spent time with one? They're fucking awful. Like, have you ever seen a group of guys out, like all straight dudes, and they're all laughing? Have you ever been like, God, I wonder what they're laughing at? No. When they're laughing, I'm going, the fuck are they doing? Something bad, probably.
All right, so we just talked about this with the male space, why men can't have male spaces, because they're always curious as to what we're doing. So we're having fun, happy, ha-ha, and kikiing, and she can't take it. By the way, there's men like this. When you see women going, woohoo, and flipping their hair, you guys go crazy too. All right, you hate it. Why are they laughing and ha-ha and kikiing and all laughing and going hooty hoop? So yes, now she's mad because you were over here, separated yourself, but you can have fun in their absence. There's a joke that says women are so insecure when they're watching football on TV and the men are in huddles, they think the men are talking about women. All right. So this is an example too of more misandry and insecurities and pretty much hate and disdain for men, but they want to be in relationships. Okay, let's continue.
I'm like, they probably just hit a woman.
They're probably high-fiving over a slur.
True.
I bet. That's what I think.
High-fiving over a slur.
When I see girls and gays and theys all out and they're king and they're laughing and I'm like, oh, that looks awesome. When I see men doing it, I'm like, it's like, what are you laughing
doing?
at?
All right. So she said, when I see theys, gays, and women, shit. When I see theys, gays, and women laughing, oh, it looks fun. When I see men laughing and having a good time, hate and disdain and misandry. Okay. You find this interesting? This is why when we get to the conversation here, the main event article, you're going to see why this makes sense.
What's so funny?
What did you do?
The state of the world? Turn on the news. I bet you wouldn't be laughing so hard. I'm just harassing them. I told people before, they're like, oh, you hate all men. I'm like, I've never said that, but if the shoe fits, wear it.
Yeah, there you go. These are, again, past 30, past 30 years old. Okay. And just because your girlfriend's not like that, I guarantee you she knows a girlfriend like this. All right. She knows a girlfriend like this. All right. What are my messages doing blowing up? All right. They're like, everybody messaging me at the same damn time. What's going on? All right. I'm doing a fucking show right now. All right. Next video. We have a picture here of, let's talk about the trad cons. The trad cons. This is a picture of a woman saying right here, I keep hearing Christian men say they can't find godly women, but I'm just sitting in church every Sunday like my entire row is full of them. All right. Interesting picture here. You see here on the Twitters and a lot of white women there, uncooked Cinnabons.
Where the white women at?
All right, a lot of women that have curled their hair and straightened it and flat ironed it. We got hair curled and a whole bunch of muskrats. Boy, it smells like wet chicken in that aisle, I'm pretty sure. All right, wet chicken in there. Yep, unseasoned Cinnabons and chicken in there. All right, but the Christian women, now here's the funny thing. They just dress conservatively, and all of a sudden, guess what? But look at this. Oh, where's the conversation? Okay, damn, I cannot find the comment. All right, somebody said looks fat too. One of the comments said, damn, I can't find it now because I think I refreshed it. But one of the comments saying here it is up here. It says right here, because Christian men know you bitches are retired hoes who are pretending to be trad to snag a beta provider. There's the comment right there. All right, so here it is right there. Somebody said a lot of dog hair in that aisle too on their shoes. Because Christian men know you bees are retired 304s who are pretending to try to be trad to snag a beta provider. And that is facts. All right. Now,
Gotcha, bitch.
That's facts. That is facts. And I'm going to show you his facts. I'm going to show you his facts. All right. Look, Sierra's prayer, but we don't even need to go there. All right. Megan the Fox. But that is the comeback of all comebacks. So just because you done dressed up in trad doesn't mean that you wasn't a skeezer and repackaged that punani either. How do we know? Let's take a look at this video and we'll get to the article. This woman claims to have been to church one time and snagged said beta male provider. So when I say a woman that has experienced life by 30 and she goes to church, she's going to get a virgin guy, a guy with less experience or been a trad cuck or been divorce raped. All right. So this woman right here, another white woman, a redhead too, I believe. Shout out to my redhead ladies. All right. Not a full redhead, but she says right here, my husband and I waited for marriage. She says, if you have a testimony on waiting for marriage, drop it in the comments. Let's encourage our sisters who are walking in purity. Part 2 coming tomorrow. Purity. Listen up.
Well, me and my husband waited for marriage, and girl, I do not regret it. I'm gonna take you on a little story time, okay? He had been saved since he was 4. I had been walling out in the trenches of the world. He had been a virgin his whole life. I had been far from, okay? That's where we're starting. We got together when I had been saved for about a year, and he had been single for about 10. I had been single for about 3 minutes. It wasn't 3 minutes, it was longer than that. I had a single season with Jesus, but it wasn't very long, okay? And so when we got together, the Lord had to put his hand so graciously on our relationship and give us strength, because your girl was not so fond of patience, you know.
Is anybody else just over this hookup culture?
Again, gentlemen. Again. This is what they be talking about. Well, find a woman in church and traditional women. This woman said she been in the trenches.
In these streets.
She said she was just getting out of a relationship, that she hadn't broken off the sex with the previous guy. She said it was for a season. He had been single for 10 years. What do I tell you? By the time they talk about these relationships and you go past 30, that woman been in the trenches.
In these streets.
Compared to you, the nice guy. Previous woman said, I'm going to find me a nice guy. He's going to be a subby little cucky. All right. You see the predatory shit that I'm talking about. Like, but the problem is, here's the problem. They don't tell the men that. The man's none the wiser. He just lost in the sauce. Klay Thompson. She a God-fearing woman, a godly woman. They repackaged their punani. What did they say? 304 is their last phase. All right, their last phase from being a skeezer. Come over there and they scoop up. They walk into church and scoop up a cucky simp. That is inexperienced, and she runs laps around him. And she holds out for sex from him and makes him earn it, makes him earn the 50%. He comes in and pays the bill like a good little traditional conservative Christian cuck. All right, and then she just runs circles around this nigga. All right, craziness. This is pure manipulation. And somebody said, I think men don't want to know. They don't. None of these guys are asking the right questions. They just assume, just like that other guy previously that flipped out when his girlfriend or baby mama had 42 body count. All right. Instead of he crashed out. You got 42 bodies? Because men don't want to know. They be like, all right, I just hope she's pure. And then you find out, oh, she been in these streets, in the trenches.
In these streets.
I'm going to play this clip again. Most men don't want to know. And then they find out and their whole soul is crushed. All right. She didn't wait for marriage. He waited for marriage. Man, this is cold-blooded. And then they find out the hard way. And then boom. All right. The other shoe drops.
Me and my husband waited for marriage, and girl, I do not regret it. I'm gonna take you on a little story time, okay? He had been saved since he was 4. I had been walling out in the trenches of the world. He had been a virgin his whole life. I had been far from, okay? That's where we're starting. We got together when I had been saved for about a year, and he had been single for about 10. I had been single for about 3 minutes. It wasn't 3 minutes, it was longer than that.
3 minutes.
I had a single season with Jesus, but it wasn't very long, okay? And so when we got together, the Lord had to put his hand so graciously on our relationship and give us strength, because your girl was not so fond of patience, you know? From the time we started dating until the time we got married was literally less than 6 months.
All right, so this is the rushed her to the altar. All right, I found a good one. She's good. Didn't do any investigation. Didn't read 52 Things by CGA. Just rushed her right to the goddamn altar. She's a good one. She's a redhead, pure, driven Snow White girl. I'm going to go ahead and marry her. She's great.
The Bible says, rather you marry than burn with lust, and we said, say no more. But for real, we both had confirmation from the Lord that we were going to get married. We knew very early on, a week into our relationship, that we were going to be husband and wife. So we started dating.
A week. Why? Because he's a virgin. A week. We're going to get married.
We start loving each other like more than I can tell you I've ever loved anything or anyone in my life, second to Jesus. And I was obsessed. I am still obsessed with this man. The thought, the look of this man sent me to Mars. And you're probably going to experience this. It was very hard for us to practice self-control. Now, did we wait? We did. We absolutely did wait for marriage, and my goodness, I cannot tell you the difference between you know what in the world and you know what in the kingdom. You think you've experienced you know what, but you haven't. You've experienced sin and sin alone, and that ain't the same. But we did mess up. We were doing and feeling and touching other things that we should not been doing, feeling, and touching. And I want to tell you and just be honest with you about our story so that you cannot make the same mistakes, because I wish we would have saved every little thing.
All right. So he put the head in. He licked the punani. She dropped that neck. All right. Is this the Christian? Wait, is this the Christian? So he put the head in. He soaked it. All right. He just didn't stroke it. He just soaked it. She sucked on his she nibbled on his little chorizo. So is this saving it? She up here lying on the Lord's name. All right.
I wish we wouldn't have slept in the bed together before marriage. I wish we wouldn't have been, you know what, before marriage. I wish we wouldn't have made out before marriage. Now knowing how sweet it is when you wait and how blessed it is when you wait.
He nutted in her mouth for sure.
Wish we would have saved everything. I'm so
He nutted in her mouth. Okay. Yep. She swallowed them kids. I'm gonna tell you what, I guarantee she swallowed them kids in the first week. And he went right to the altar. All right, he went right to the altar. I'm marrying you. You didn't swallow my kids. First woman to ever swallow his kids. He gonna marry her. One dick suck from the plantation. All right, that fast.
For real, I probably would have waited to kiss until marriage. Now knowing how blessed it is when you do, I would have wanted to experience everything to that kind of fullness. But when we got married,
he went up the Duke shoe. He put it up the Duke shoe. All right, he put it up the Dookie hole.
Hey, yo, chill, son.
Yep.
Hey,
He soaked it. She swallowed his kids. All right. But they waited for marriage in the house of the Lord. All right. But he put it up the Duke shoe. She a coochie virgin, but not a dookie hole virgin. That's what she's saying.
let me tell you, there's nothing like it on the face of the earth. It is literally a picture of Christ uniting the bridegroom with the bride together with the church. It is the most beautiful act of worship. It is selfless. It is peaceful. It is pure. It is innocent. It is loving. It is literally everything. What I'm telling you is that it is worth it. It is so far worth it. You can practice self-control. You can have conviction and stick to it. You can be successful in your wait till marriage. But I'm gonna tell you what, if you know that that's your husband, marry him quick. Marry him quick because it ain't easy, girl.
Oh.
And so to help you out, because I needed a big sister, I'm gonna be your big sister. I'm gonna make a series about this, about waiting till marriage. If you have questions, drop them in the comments, boundaries, anything you wanna know, I'll answer. So me and my husband waited for marriage.
Dude, waiting for marriage is a lie. All right, waiting for marriage is a lie, but she says she has a part 2. Do we have time? I do want to check and see if she has a part 2 to this shit. All right. Is there a picture of the husband? There is a picture of the husband. Who wants to see it? Should I out them? All right, fuck it. We'll do it. We do have a picture of the husband. Oh no. All right. All right. So she does have a pretty big following or some engagement. All right, let's see who the husband is. All right, there he is right there. All right, so is he the first pick? That's not a Chad. That's a normie. All right, that's a Christian normie guy. He's not a bad looking guy. And there she is dressed conservative after saying she was in the trenches. Just because a woman dresses conservative means nothing, bro. That don't mean anything. Who is this white dude right here? Oh, that's somebody else. Just because you dress conservative and cover your ankles don't mean a damn thing, bro. I done throttled a bunch of these conservative broads. All right, that dress normal. Don't dress like a whore at all. All right, but she got them all over the gram, which is going to be interesting because part of the conversation is, in fact, that a part of the gram. But I do not see part 2 because it seems like this video is from August. So, you know. All right. Somebody said it's all for the cameras. Yeah, look at this Bible study holding the Bible. Yeah, that sounds nice. Yeah, that's great. All right, but she already said she was from the trenches. And she already gave the indication, which brings us to this article. I don't know how much we're going to cover of it, but this goes down to where we are now. Where do we stand? We have a lot of misandry. We have a lot of women manipulating men. All right, we have a lot of women out here in the trenches marrying men that are virgins, right? Completely lopsided relationships where the dude doesn't realize he getting hit over the head. We got a woman that has a baby by a man, but she got a 42 body count and he found out and crashed out. So we have an article here in Vogue magazine in an opinion section. So that means it's not the opinion of Vogue magazine, but they published it. Is having a boyfriend embarrassing now? Is having a boyfriend embarrassing? And it simply says right here, if someone so much as says my on social media, they're muted. It says there's nothing I hate more than following someone for fun, only for their content to become my boyfriend-ified suddenly. This is probably because for so long I felt like we were living in what one of my favorite Substacker calls boyfriend land, a world where women's online identity centers around the lives of their partner, a situation rarely seen reversed. Women were rewarded for their ability to find and keep a man. With elevated social status and praise, it becomes even more suffocating when this could be leveraged on social media for engagement. And if you're serious enough, financial gain. Let's go back. So she's saying that the people are so sick of people having successful relationships that the women who are misandrists don't even want to see women publish their boyfriends. This woman has 211,000 followers, all right, on Instagram. She posted Charlie Kirk. These are all tragons. Charlie Kirk and Emily Kirk. This is possibly after assassination. We got a lot of plain Janes. But of course, if you post your husband or your boyfriend, she can't stand it. All right, so let's go back to the article. It says, however, most recently, there's been a pronounced shift in the way people showcase their relationships online. Far from the fully hard launching romantic partnership, straight women are opting for subtler signs, which a hand on the steering wheel, clinking glasses at dinner, or the back of someone's head. On the more confusing end, you have faces blurred out on wedding pictures and entire professional edit videos where the fiance conveniently cropped out of the shot. Women are obscuring their partner's faces when they post as if they want to erase the fact they exist without actually not posting them. Now, again, people have had problems with their relationship partner, their spouse having an Instagram or a social media and not posting the boyfriend or the girlfriend, the husband or the wife. These women are suggesting to not post them for right and for wrong. I believe that if you post, like say for instance, I had a relationship and I posted it on social media, I would get attacked by my own audience. So even on the male side, I've even showed my JUCO situations. All right. And some men chose to attack. This is what you're paying for. She's mid. You can get her in any place in New York. All right. So people will go on the attack because they don't want to see you happy. All right. They don't want to see you elevate. They don't want to see you evolve. They don't want to see you with a relationship at all. Then people say, keep your relationship off social media. At the same time, the woman then gets to post herself and build up her own social profile outside of the relationship, having her own DMs, having other men comment on the platform. So now they're suggesting keep the boyfriend off. All right, this is absolutely crazy. So what gives? Are people embarrassed by their boyfriends now, or is something more complicated going on? To me, it feels like the result of women wanting to straddle two worlds, one where they receive the social benefits of having a partner. There's the partner word being used, but also not appearing so boyfriend obsessed that they come across as quite culturally loserish. So it's socially, culturally loserish for a woman to be sprung over their man. This is what she's suggesting. You're a loser if you're in love. All right. Same thing would happen on the men's side. I've seen this happen to Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate posts some videos of his so-called baby mama, and I saw dudes going in on him. So-called Andrew Tate top supporters. Oh, she a man. She mid. She ugly. She a prostitute. She got bubbled up lips. All right. So I've seen even the men's side engage in this, and they've engaged in it with me as well. All right. Not a lot of people, but I just go and delete the comments because what we live in is a world where relationships are not supposed to be good. We're not supposed to be promoting it. Okay. We're single as strength and relationship as weakness. All right. This is the world we live in. And now the women have gotten a hold of this. All right. And now you have misandrous women saying, nah, don't be so culturally loserish if you're a pick me. Okay. They want the prides and celebration of partnership. You see that partnership in there all the time, but understand the norminess of it. In other words, in an era of widespread hetero fatalism, they like to make up words. Women don't want to be seen as being all about their man, but they also want the clout that comes with being partnered. Right? Okay. I believe this woman is kind of the clear example of this. All right. Where it's like, we'll sprinkle the relationship in the content, but he won't be the center of the content. Okay. So there's a picture here, there's a picture there, but I think her audience would basically give her the ick, all right, the old if he was every picture, unless he was a Brad. If he was a Brad, a 6'5" with a blue eyes in the finance, yes, they would probably like it. I've seen Olivia Dunn experience this. Everybody was about Olivia Dunn until she leveled up and got a Major League Baseball professional pitcher. All right. And then everybody was like, oh, okay, wow. So I didn't have a chance all this time. No, you didn't. Olivia Dunn got a professional baseball player, a 6'5" with a blue eyes professional baseball player. So even on her side, her primarily male audience went, oh shit, hypergamy. Oh, she's just a gold digger, right? And then they went to sense to embarrass her to say, you know what I mean? Like, people, this is where we are. This is where we are with our world and society. So when people think maybe it's the men that got it bad and the men are hurt and bitter, the women are showing just enough misandry and bitterness as well when their heroes get into relationships as well, right? To where they're like, don't make your husband the center of your content. We don't want to see that shit. Okay. He says, is it men living in their fantasies where they think they can get her? Yes. Men wanted to believe they could get Olivia Dunn, even though they know she was far out of their league. But guys didn't get a sense of reality. Oh, shit. Okay, damn. Okay, Olivia Dunn's boyfriend. Oh, I can't compete with that. All right. Let me see if I can pull this up. And a lot of teenage boys, dude, they were selling out arenas for her to do gymnastics. And she wasn't even a good gymnast in comparison to the rest of the team. Like, she was solid. She wasn't even the star, all right, of the gymnast. And she was selling out arenas. And then until she pulled up with the millionaire Chad baseball player. Right. And now it was like, whoopsies. All right. This is who you got to be to get an Olivia Dunn reality check. Okay. This is who you got to be, sir, to get a little piece of calico, one of the hottest pieces of calico right there. Let me see. He plays for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Nope. Yep. You got to be. How tall is this guy, bro? I mean, I know Olivia Dunn's not very tall, but this guy got to be 6'5" plus. 6'5" plus. So this does get men then go, oh, damn, reality check. Looks like he played for LSU. So there's where the connection is. All right. So let me see. Where's this Pittsburgh Pirates stuff right here? He's 6'6". He's not a finance, but yeah, he is a baseball player and all of that. So yeah, and there's a boat. Right, there's a boat right there. So then then you get a reality check. Where do I stand? Oh, damn. I'm out of the running. All right. The reality check. This is why for a long time she didn't feature him in her content. All right, so let's go ahead. But now Klay Thompson, you guys see when it does happen, the relationship blows up. Cardi B and these type of people here. All right, going further here, they're talking about this, but it's not all about the images. When I did a call out on the gram, plenty of women told me that they were, in fact, superstitious. Some feared the evil eye, a belief that their happy relationship would spark a jealousy so strong in other people, women, that it could end their relationship. Others were concerned about their relationship ending and then being stuck with the posts. This woman says, I was in a relationship for 12 years and never once posted him or talked about him online. We recently broke up and I don't think I will ever post a man. This is Nikki, age 38. Even though I am a romantic, I still feel like men will embarrass you even 12 years in. So claiming them feels lame. This is where we're at. These are the women. They're all future wives out here. Claiming them feels lame even after 12 years in. Of course, listen, this is both sides of the conversation, but they're even saying women. Some fear the evil eye, a belief that their happy relationship will spark a jealousy so strong in other women that it could end their relationship. Some women I know. I had a woman that was one of my sugar babies, and she started posting me, not my full, sometimes it would be my full face. Sometimes it would be me in an outing. Sometimes she would take a picture. She would hold my hand and take a picture of it. And she said, some of her girlfriends said, when you're done with him, let me get a chance. And these were good looking, attractive women. All right. And she said, and I shared that on Locals. All right. And they were like, who is that guy? Right. Who is that guy? Who's that guy? And I represent a certain archetype, gray beard, mature, like these girls in their 20s, late 20s. So I'm a mature man, late 40s. And they're like, who is he? Oh, you got a good type. You got one. They was like, you pull one. Wow. I need to get a guy like that. You got a man, because they used to dealing with niggas and pookies, right? And perpetrating pimps. So they were like, who is that? And a couple of guys recognized me on her post. So they recognized me, and I was like, that's CGA. All right. So what happened was one girl said, when you're through with him, toss it over to me. So this is indeed true that some of your friends right here, some of your friends are going to undermine you. All right. And they're going, oh, shit, you got one? Okay. Where you get him? How you get him? So they start asking, how did you get him? Where did you get him from? Of course, she didn't say she got him from the junior college. All right. But some did know. All right. Some didn't know at all. And then I think she started saying, I met him at a cigar lounge, which was not true. All right. But and so she was like, maybe I need to hang out at cigar lounges. All right. So you see what happens there. So this is, in fact, true that women will look at your relationship and say, let me undermine that. Let me follow him. And oh, by the way, she ended up saying she wanted to see how many of these girls started following me on my social media. So she went and checked, and she did find that once she shared me, some of those girls came over and followed my social media. All right. So this is true. This is overwhelmingly true. But there's overwhelmingly sense from single and partner women alike that regardless of the relationship, being with the man was an almost guilty thing to do. On the Delusional Diaries podcast, fronted by two New York-based influencers, Haley and Jazz, they discussed whether having a boyfriend is lame now. Damn. Why does having a boyfriend feel Republican? Read the top comment. Boyfriends are out of style. They won't come back in until they start acting right. Read another comment with 1,000 likes. In essence, having a boyfriend typically takes a hit on a woman's aura. One commenter claimed, funnily enough, both of these hosts have partners, which is something I often see online. Even partner women will lament men and heterosexuality, partly in solidarity with other women, but also because it is so now fundamentally uncool to be a boyfriend girl. Wow. AKA, this is why I showed the clips leading up to this, right? Why I showed the clip of the church skeezer women, why I showed the clip of the two man-hating women talking about we hate men, where she found the cup. I showed you this clip. All right. And I showed you the clip here of this woman saying she wants a strong, masculine, dominant woman to be with a unassuming, male cuck, liberal, submissive, subby, she called him. Okay. So you're hearing even that. So men typically would say in relationships, this is what I'm typically seeing in relationships. Men typically say, we need to get away from women. All right. We need to get away. We need to leave them alone. We need to stay single. We need to stay for our peace. So they would abstain from relationships, dating, cold approaching, nightclub. They typically will go away with it, except for black men. Black men typically still try to re-engage and hope they find a different one and then come out here and rail against black women. But most men typically talk about relationships and then say, I'm going to get away from it. I'm going to stay away from them. Women tend to talk about relationships negatively, but be in relationships and or pursue weak men. They tend to still engage but hide the fact. There's some red pill content creators that do that too. They get up here and talk shit on women and they're in relationships. But you're looking at where these women, even with the podcast, talk shit about misandry, but they got boyfriends behind the scene. So when I say this all the time, just because they're in a relationship doesn't mean they're happy. Just because they're married doesn't mean it's successful. All right. So this is proving what I've been telling you, man. Look, just because you see people together doesn't mean they're getting what they want out of the relationship. It doesn't mean he's an alpha male. Just because he's 6'5" with a blue eye doesn't mean that he has his relationship down. All right. Moving on with this one. This is somewhat sad to report, but this is being published here in Vogue. I'll repeat, even partner women will lament men in heterosexuality, partly in solidarity with other women, but also because it is now fundamentally uncool to be a boyfriend girl. And it says here is not just in these women's imaginations. Audiences are icked out by seeing too much boyfriend content, myself included. It seems and indicated by my liberal use of the mute button. It says when author and British Vogue contributor Stephanie somebody hard launched her boyfriend on social media, she lost hundreds of followers. That would happen to me too. That would happen to me too. If I just came in here and said, baby, I met my boo. Tranisha is the love of my life. Look at her lighting up. Pussy getting wet. All right. She's the love of my life. I met her. She's been in my comment section. She been donating. I came in. She swallowed my kids. And I'm going to take care of her kids. I'm going to marry her single mother style. Donovan Sharp simply torpedoed his YouTube career simply over that. All right. Donovan Sharp torpedoed his YouTube momentum because he married a fat white single mother, according to you guys. I didn't say it. All right. But we saw this with Donovan Sharp in our space. All right. Damn. He talked all that shit. We saw that typically with that one guy, Cooley, who talked shit about single mothers only to find out he was with a whole Botox face single mother. Right. All right. So I didn't say it. They said it. So this happens even on the men's side, that soon as they see a person hard launch or commit or get into a relationship, boom, gone. It says, even if we were still together, I wouldn't post them here. This is something cringy and embarrassing about constantly posting your partner these days. She tells me, adding that there is part of me that would also feel guilty for sharing my partner constantly, especially when we know the dating landscape is really bad at the moment. I wouldn't want to be boastful. Again, survivor's guilt. A lot of men have tried to make me feel guilty about boasting and bragging and showing off. So now you got to be conscious about your followers who are miserable. And then they see you winning and then they don't want to, they don't want to feel good about you. They're going to feel bad. And I'm going to stop sharing the screen because this shit keeps moving up and down for some ad. Sophie Milner, a content creator, also experienced people unfollowing her when she shared her romantic relationship. Quote, this summer, a boy took me to Sicily. I posted about it on my subscriber section. And people replied saying things like, please don't get a boyfriend. She admitted that her content perhaps became less exciting when she got into a relationship. Being single gives you this ultimate freedom to say and do what you want. It is absolutely not every woman, but I do notice that we can become more beige and watered down online when in a relationship, myself included. And this is true. You will see content creators, when their content gets stale, you can tell they got into a relationship. Right? When they stop posting consistently, you can tell they got into a relationship. So, yes, then all of a sudden you can't post consistently. You're not editing well, right? You're not experiencing things. You're going to things together. You're not focused on your content. Yeah, you can see it. It gets stale. And people change in relationships. All right. And they're saying right here, the women are saying, don't get in a relationship because it's going to change who you are. That would happen to me too. But unfortunately, we're seeing the women fall into this world where relationships are seen as, even on the women's side, From my conversations, one thing is for certain, the script is flipping and shifting. Being partnered doesn't affirm your womanhood anymore. Being partnered, and I can't stand them using that word over and over again because it's not a partnership. But for a woman, being a partnership doesn't affirm your womanhood anymore. It is no longer considered an achievement. And if anything, it becomes more of a flex to pronounce yourself single. As straight, by the way, if men wrote this article, this shit will be roasted to death. I mean, roasted. It says right here, as straight women, we're confronting something that every other sexuality has to contend with, a politicization of our identity. Heterosexuality has long been purposely indefined, so it's harder for those within it or outside it to critique it. However, as our traditional roles begin to crumble, maybe we're being forced to reevaluate our blind allegiance to heterosexuality. Oh. Wow. Last paragraph. Obviously, there's no shame in falling in love. I mean, this the rainbow agenda. Wowzers, man. Obviously, there's no shame in falling in love, but there's also no shame in trying and failing to find it or not trying at all. Fig towel. And as long as we're openly rethinking and criticizing heteronormativity, as long as we're openly rethinking and criticizing heteronormativity, quote, having a boyfriend will remain a somewhat fragile and even contentious concept within public life. There is also happening along a wave of women reclaiming and romanticizing their single life. This is also happening alongside a wave of women reclaiming and romanticizing their single life. It says, where being single was once a cautionary tale, aka you'll end up a spinster with loads of cats, it is now becoming desirable and a coveted status. Another nail in the coffin of a century-old heterosexual fairy tale that never really benefited women to begin with. But CGA's doom and gloom. By the way, these are what people will listen to in college. All right, heteronormativity, hetero this and that. But CGA is doom and gloom. CGA, you have no hope. You got to give us hope. This is published in Vogue magazine, the opinion section. I'll just go ahead and show you proof here as a receipt. Sheesh. Goodness gracious. All right, this is man almighty. All right, Vogue right there. Opinion section named Shantae over 29th, 2025. So this was 2 days ago. Oh boy. This is why I say the remaining single people are in trouble. This is terrible, man. Okay. Thanks for allowing me to read, man. And I did pretty good because it was written in 6th grade language, at least, except for the heteronormal activities. Good luck out here, gentlemen. I that's all I gotta say. Goodness. Shout out to our brother. It is Gary says, Coach, happy Halloween. My mission tonight is to capture a Nigerian Catwoman, an India Pocahontas, a Chinese Wonder Woman, or a Jewish Shitora. He says, dressed up. He says, I'm going to play Joker, boss up. Shout out to you. I messed up the last one, but I hope you find one of these. Boss up, nigga. I like the Indian Pocahontas idea. No government name. When you mention low class, middle class, and upper class, how do you define them by income or mindset behavior? Can you give an example? Yeah, I combine it more by not necessarily income, but mindset. All right. Mindset typically dictates income. So it's more mindset when I say lower, middle class, upper class. All right. So it's typically going to be mindset first, income second. All right. But you know it when you see it. You know it when you see it. So when you go to the Bass Pro Shop, what you dealing with? All right. You already know. All right. You go to these podunk middle towns where, you know, white supremacists, TradCon fantasies reign supreme of where they want to run their lives, like Pleasantville, Eugene, Oregon, Tupelo, Mississippi, Boise, Idaho. These areas where niggas never go is a fantasy land for TradCons. All right. So these are going to be typically middle to low class people, not very much upper class people at all. All right. And their fantasy is to keep America small town built off the backs of the people where no niggas and Mexicans lives. I love Bass Pro Shop, but you ain't gonna see no high class niggas in there buying boats. Them boats ain't for high class niggas. They ain't buying no boats from the Bass Pro Shop. Them gonna be niggas that's got no credit, poor credit, trying to get a 30K boat. All right. But nobody from the upper class society is gonna buy a boat in Bass Pro Shop. But yeah, sundown towns, small family towns where women don't have a choice but to work. At the Dairy Queen at best. All right. Yeah, 15-year financing on a 30K boat from the Bass Pro Shop. That's not going to be the upper class. It's going to be middle to low class. And middle to low class Mexicans in there too, hoping one day they're going to be able to get one of these boats. All right. But I love that place. That's a great mall to be in. Shout out to Twin 8. I got a vent. You know my shit been rocky for a while. Well, she finally filed for divorce despite my best efforts. I found out after the divorce filing that she got 3 abortions and $70K in credit card debt. What did I get myself into? Just like that. Men find out at the end. Men, we got to start asking hard questions. You found out after the divorce filing, she got 3 abortions. Was that during the marriage or in her entire life? Wow. Shout out to you. That's a sponsorship. Man, it's cold out here, man. Boy, oh boy. That's crazy. Men don't vet. Men don't vet. That's why important what I talk about, man. Men do not ask women hard questions. They just jump in. A woman sucks and swallows your kids and you marry them. All right. And then you're like, she's a good woman. She's not a whore. She went to church. And then boom. At the end of the day, they drop the bomb. Gotcha, bitch. And they don't tell you neither. They don't be like, I'm going to tell him this. I'm going to be open. They just hope you never ask. Shout out to Underdog Glory for the realest philosophy out here. Money mindset, JUCO, and the free agent lifestyle for the win. That is the trifecta. That is the trifecta. The unbeatable, the unstoppable philosophy. All right. Goodness gracious. Shout out to No Government Name. Can you explain why people from flyover states and trashy places like Atlanta, Compton, Chicago, Baltimore get offended when people globally only care about or are interested in New York, California, Miami, and Texas? Yeah, go to anywhere international. You will find that many of the places in America nobody knows about. They don't know about it. They only know about New York and California and Miami and maybe Texas. Yeah. Just go somewhere. Go somewhere not popular, right? Go somewhere and be like, can you name, like, they'll be like, where are you from? I'll be like, Las Vegas. Actually, this is what I said. I was in Italy and somebody said, where are you from? And I said, Nevada. They were like, that Nevada? Somebody said, how do you vet? Go to my website, gregadams1.com. Get my book, my free ebook, 52 Things. All right. I've done videos on this. All right. Let me see here. Let me see. All right. So I told my cab driver I'm from Nevada. He didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. All right. He's like, Nevada? Where the fuck is that? That's basically what he said. So I said Las Vegas, and he kind of knew. He was like, I think I know, but they wouldn't know it's on Las Vegas. In fact, they think it's in California. In fact, Americans think Las Vegas is in California. So they was like, oh, I thought Las Vegas was in California. So they only know the international people, especially regular international people that don't be thinking about leaving their area to come here. They only know about New York, in Los Angeles, maybe Chicago, certainly Miami, and then that's it. They don't know about the rest of this fucking place. They don't know about Compton and Baltimore, Atlanta. They don't know about any of that shit. All right. But yeah, shout out to our brother Bob says, call me insecure, but I will leave immediately if one of the reasons I will stay single. He says, if not going to pay to maintain, he says, I'm not going to maintain and pay to maintain a relationship through emotional support or pay for house renovations, step family when she was wild as a younger woman and the other guy didn't have to pay. So shout out to Bob. That's the classic. I'm not paying for you in your damage. Call me insecure, but I will leave immediately. It's one of the main reasons I'll stay single. Yeah, he said, I'm not going to pay for this in house and car and 50-50 relationship. And she been ran through. But, you know, people still fight men on this one. Shout out to Gary says, Coach, there's an old video of Farrakhan saying the only men in church is old men and young men who can't find themselves. He said young men with hunger are looking to conquer or be part of something bigger. They are looking for purpose as they should be. Facts. If you're a young guy in church, like, why? Now, listen, y'all can walk for Jesus walks if y'all want, but most of the time that means you don't know where the fuck you going, or you already know where you've been. Church is for old people who are scared to die, and people that want their sins washed away, and people who have backslid, reform whores and skeezers, people with mental instability. You know what I mean? People with mental instability, like they're 35 and a RETARDED. All right. All right. But you see churches filled up because they know they fixing to die in the next 10, 15, or 20 years. So they're like, let me make right with the Lord now. All right. Let me make like I didn't live the sinful life. All my sins need to be washed away. So it's time to report to church before I go to holy hell. All right. And I can see the goddamn end of the road. So it's time for me to go to church. And they start volunteering and in the choir and shit and baking chicken and frying chicken downstairs and eating greens and shit. Right? Old people deacon clap cheeks in there and shit. And they put the white glove on and they be standing there and shit with the glove. All right. Yo. Because they like, shit, this is the end. I have come to the end of my road. All right. They need a place they're going to have a funeral. All right. And the pastor be 30, 40, 50 years old, but a whole bunch of old motherfuckers in there knowing they fixing to die. All right. They like, shit, I could die at any goddamn moment, drop dead like a motherfucker. So I need to be right with the Lord. And I'm gonna be in there too. Shit, I'm gonna be in there like, boy, I live my life for sin, Lord. You can only hope that they give your ass the goddamn last rites and your ass head to heaven, land to heaven, or else you didn't die before you was gonna make right with the Lord. You going to die in hell, fried. They're gonna be fried nigga in hell. You don't make right with the Lord. All right. Anyway, the Christians are leaving again. I gotta stop offending people. All right. Lord, I done fucked so many white women and goddamn linglings when I went over to Thailand and the Philippines. I done got 8 kids. I done left them kids all fucked up over in Philippines. Lord, get right with the Lord right now. All right. Got 8 Filipinos pregnant on one trip. All right. Lord, forgive me. I was a heathen out here, but all my sins are washed away. I've been redeemed. All right. Send me out here not being fried nigga. All right. Up in there. He said Kyler Murray's run arounds. Kyler Murray's running around there. Little short sawed off niggas running like this. Damn, that nigga fast. All right. Give him a scholarship. All right. Bald-headed Filipinos, half Filipinos and shit. It's crazy. All right, anyway. Shout out to you guys, man. God bless you. Shout out to Mercy says, Coach, I can't keep watching you because the stuff these broads say and do make me want to self-delete. Don't do it. Don't do it. Guys, listen. When I show you this, I don't want you to self-delete. What I want you to do is put life into perspective. You guys are literally turning your lives over to these people, and you cannot. You got to rise above. The Lord wanted us to rise above women in every way, any religion, any text or doctrine. You were supposed to make your mistakes with women, realize where they lead you, and then find your way above that. Get closer to God, if you will. That's their prescription. Get closer to God. God is the answer. Christ is the answer. Allah is the answer, not the women, not pussy. But we have to learn the hard way. We think we put the woman on the pedestal and we try to make her happy and, get what it does is the religion, as much as I make fun of it, it tries to tell you that women can be treacherous. They're not looking at you as what your feelings are, and you are the best interest. You have to put yourself in the best interest, and you got to get closer to above, the most high. You got to rise above them. But when you don't rise above them, you end up just getting washed by them and spit out. All right. It's crazy. And then you be like, what's wrong? What am I doing wrong? But at the end of the day, they got it right. You can't really take them seriously. You got to rise above them so high that they can't even affect you. That's why I do say, bro, rent them out. Ain't nothing wrong with it, bro. They tell you that it's something wrong and you ain't got no game. Fuck all that. Who needs to game women? Right? Ain't nobody got time to game these broads. I got time to make money and rise above. I got my peace, my quiet, my freedom. I got my singleness, my ability to stay free. I know. Ain't nobody got time to game these hoes and talk to them and manipulate them. Dude, you're putting yourself on their level. Rise above them. Just kind of use them for whatever you got. Even if you're married, tell them bitches to be over there, bro. Be over there. Well, you need to do this and that. Nah. Like, if I have time, I'll play that clip by Sean Connery. Your job is not to include. Now, women want to be included and they want to feel like they're part of the building process. They're not supposed to be. All right. You're supposed to do that with the Lord. They're supposed to be along for the ride as a helpmeet. All right. Otherwise, they're sticking their nose in your business and fucking up your progress. All right. You're not supposed to be having deep conversations with them. You're not supposed to be involved in politics with them. Across the board, worldwide, in the history of the world, you're not supposed to be involved in their politics. You're not supposed to be having political conversations with them. You're not supposed to be having intelligent, long, sapiosexual conversations with them where you're not supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to be doing that. That is not what you're supposed to be doing. Now, women tend to be turned on by this. Women tend to want this. I don't give a fuck what they want. Go talk to your friends about that shit. Go talk to your female, the church pastor about this shit. You're not supposed to be doing this stuff. Because typically what's going to happen is you're going to get involved in her shaming you and telling you, well, it's not right. We should believe in helping the poor. You go help the fucking poor. Go get to the soup kitchen, bitch. Trying to convince me of that. I got money to make. Because I'm going to be judged on how I support. Now you're trying to guilt me into being not a capitalist. Go somewhere and help. Get the fuck out of my face. Get the fuck out of my face. That's how you got to be with them. Because otherwise, they'll convince you to be less and then judge you for being less. Oh, well, you don't make enough money and I need somebody to support me. Bitch, you just was out here being anti-capitalist a week ago. You goalpost moving ass chronic ass hooker. What the fuck? They don't know what the fuck they want. That's why you're not supposed to have conversations with them. They don't know what the fuck they want. They want this. They want a perfect world. They want a perfect fucking world, and it don't exist. Bitch, it's war out here. Sit your ass over the side and cock your legs up when I need it. Bend the fuck over. Take this dick. All right, shut the fuck up and take care of the kids, man. Don't tell me shit. All right, just be happy that I paid the bills. Shut the fuck up. Yo, but y'all out at war and y'all trying to please these women at the same time. It don't work that way. That's not how we work that shit. We don't go to war and please women at the same goddamn time. You can't go to war every day and please women at the same time. Bitch, you hungry? Bitch, you want some dick? Open your mouth. Get this nut. All right, let me cuddle with you. Kiss you on the forehead. Go make me some goddamn muffins. but I want to feel important and contribute. Okay, go there with your mama and the kids and tell my daughter and fix all the bullshit. Go contribute. She want to tell you how to make this is what I did today. I don't give a fuck what you did today, bro. I just need it done. If you bring me a cake, don't tell me how you baked the cake. Just bring me the fucking cake. You understand me? I don't need you to tell me what you did to chop up the lettuce to put on my sandwich. I just want a sandwich and some goddamn silence. All right, get the fuck here. What the hell? It's not that hard, but you men are weak. You men are weak. You allow this shit and then want to manage it. What you need to tell them is shut the fuck up. All right. How about that? All right. Just be quiet.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Just be quiet. All right. Stop bothering me. That's it. Can you do this? Woman, can you do this? Stop bothering me. Well, I'll go find another guy. Okay. Go hungry out here, bitch. If that's what you want to do, I'll get another you in here tomorrow. Sucking my dick. She'll do the job for a week. Step to the side. All right. Telling me what I gotta do. I don't gotta have you here talking to me. Shut the fuck up. Everybody's like, this guy's toxic masculinity. It's that simple, bro. But you can't do that without leverage or game. You got to have something. But most dudes are weak. I done heard enough about I don't even have to hear a woman's words the rest of my fucking life, bro. I done heard enough of what they got to say, and they ain't saying a goddamn thing, in my opinion. That's just me. They ain't saying nothing different than the next goddamn woman. And most of the shit they say, it ain't gonna make no damn difference tomorrow anyway, because it ain't gonna get carried through unless the weak man society make that shit happen, bro. It's that simple, bro. And they don't even need to hear from me. It ain't like I need some shit to tell them, because what you need to show them is through action. You need to watch their actions. They need to show through their actions. I show and prove. Here's $500. Open your mouth. Here's $500. Pull your panties down. In the Philippines, here's $150. Open your legs. Man, that's weak, coach. You're telling men to pay? Bro, I'm telling men to get to where you want to get to so you can get to where you want to get to, bro. Y'all ain't got no time to waste with all this other extra bullshit and running game. Bro, you got $500. Bitch, here's my credit card. Look. Where my wallet at? Here's my credit card. Go fucking shop. Get out of my face. Go shop till you drop. Right here. And make sure it got a limit on it. Here, $5,000 limit. Go shop till you drop. Get the fuck out of my face. All right. Telling me we need to hang out. And I'm going to follow your ass. If you got some dick appointment, I'm going to follow your ass. Don't. Anyway, shout out to Iggy, the great. Iggy G says, have a great weekend, coach. Thanks for the week of amazing content. We here. Shout out to you. Shout out to Iggy with the sponsorship. Wait a minute. Where are we at?
I'm rich, bitch.
All right. We're not trying to placate to these loser niggas and weak men and women. They'll have you out here like a chicken with your head cut off, trying to convince women that you're good enough to have her open the legs when it could have took $300. Right? Well, you got to convince her to do it. How? What? Here's $300. Did that convince her? Yep. All right. What are we doing? I got to somehow come up with some pickup lines and some aura, and I got to dress all nice and spray myself with cheap cologne so I can go out there and impress this bitch. Who got time for that? Who got time for that, bro? I'm on a mission, man. I'm on a mission. I got $300 in 2 hours. You got time? I got the money. Let's go. All right. Let's go.
Cause I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
Trying to impress these bitches so these broke niggas can think you got game. Fuck these broke ass niggas. All right. Who cares about these broke ass niggas impressing these niggas? I was able to get her with my aura. Who gives a fuck about this nigga? All right. Well, I'm really impressed that you had enough aura to pull her. You trying to impress some nigga on getting some pussy? Like, what's wrong with these men today, bro? How y'all trying to impress men on how you got some vagina? Think about this. Think about this. Type that in the chat. Men are trying to impress other men on how they get vagina from women. This is how far we've fallen for the broke nigga propaganda. Well, I gotta tell you, man. I met her. I walked down the street. I walked up to her and she was feeling me. And then all of a sudden I was able to get her number. And then 3 days later, I fucked her. And then, it was because she was feeling me. Who gives a motherfuck what another guy thinks of how you got some pussy? Who cares what another broke nigga thinks of how you did and what you did to get some pussy? This don't make no sense, these broke niggas. Why you impressing another man on how you cracked another woman? All right, come on, man. We got to grow up at some particular point. We got to grow up. Like you had to trick and finesse and swindle her out of some pussy. You were so great at doing it. Who gives a fuck, man, how I cracked? All right. You don't care? Do you really care, nigga? Look at these bitch ass niggas leaving the stream. Shout out to Edmund Dante. He says, not sure if you've seen Moneyball, the movie, but there's a quote in there where Brad Pitt says, adapt or die. Coach, the rules that favor the courts are against us. He says, you've given us the cheat code these past 6 years and then to still want to try to play this game like it's in our favor. Facts. This is what dudes will do. Right? Dudes will literally keep coming in here telling me how can we change the system, and we can't change it. I've been telling y'all that for years. The system is the system. Just adapt or die. Rob, the Marine, says, Coach, I'm down in Miami from New York City, came for the Ravens Dolphins game. How the F these cheerleaders are from the University of Utah, Florida International, etc. All the education to end up being a cheerleader, then drop a case on the team so I can focus on my career. I'm telling you, man, women don't do much with their education. They don't. They'll do that. Listen, I'm of the opinion that let women just be women, man. But we can't do that. Steven says, real talk, Coach. The Sea Mexicans have enough problems trying to live on $10 a day, and they don't need to be an outcast and support your ninja spawn. He says, finish on their face, on their feet, or in their mouth. He says they have enough problems already. You're entering to a treacherous world they're dealing with of a game of survival. Nobody cares, bro. Right? Nobody cares on how you got it and what you did. And impressing some other dude and coming into their culture to come in here and be the savior. You Captain Save-A-Ho niggas, man. I tell you, the manosphere and men in general are a bunch of Captain Save-A-Hos. I love women. I love you guys dearly, but I think you guys are completely misled and you've weakened a lot of men by telling them what you want, only to move the goalpost when you get that. Okay, you say you want a man that cares, but you fuck all these losers and bums. Then when the real guy shows up, you stay committed to the bum. Only to when you turn 30, you want to go get the guy that got the money. Or the loser lame nigga who don't know and manipulate him and have 3 abortions and 42 bodies. And then come in here. Like it's a disgrace of what we did to the people. But I ain't gonna allow people to do that here. And I don't care if people say they ain't doing that or not. I've literally read 98% of this population. People are playing games against people's hearts, right? People are playing games with people's hearts, right? You're playing games with people's emotions, and you're manipulating people by lying by omission and not telling people what's up. People are out here with criminal records, 38 pages deep, man and female getting into relationships, acting like angels. Like, this is crazy what people are doing to people. They're acting like 42 bodies ain't a big deal. And niggas up here like, it ain't that big of a deal. And then these niggas got 42 bodies. All right, like this shit is a disgrace of what we do to people and act like it's successful because people got a relationship longer than 5 years. It's a disgrace, but go fuck yourselves. Anyway, shout out to the Coach Gang. Shout out to the Coach Gang, the Shield, the Money Mindset, the Locals Gang, and everybody associated with this. Wear your condoms. Get your bail money ready. All right, we got Halloween. Niggas gonna start acting crazy. Bitches are scantily clad and naked out here, half naked. So don't get no cases. Don't put no mirrors on your shoes and get panty shots. All right, take care of yourself. Stay safe. Watch out for drunk drivers and niggas driving in the middle of the street while you're taking your kids on trick-or-treating. Hand out big candy bars to these kids. They deserve it. All right, and slap a Mitch when you see them. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Subscribe to all my channels. Much love and appreciation to all of y'all. Thank you for spending like, 30 hours with the coach live. And we out of here. Peace.